not like you're seeing like a crowd of people. But it's unfortunate, but
I hope that changes. I don't know. It will, I think.
it will.
Yeah.
It's always you and me here first, it seems.
Actually, the Asian lady, what's her name?
Oh, yeah, Quinian,
She was in here meditating when I got here at
well,
9
that's
o'clock.
what she's saying, so.
And
She's really good, I like her, she's nice.
she was meditating, and then we have a new guy over here.
I saw the car, I don't know who the guy is.
He's new, he Googled the place. He's over there talking to her right now and eating breakfast because she
Oh.
met him.
Good.
She's like, I'll feed you.
Well,
She's pretty cool, actually.
yeah.
And I'm just preparing the water, and then I'll go sweep the bathrooms.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan as any plan.
I just wanted to get the Wi-Fi password so I can.
Hunroo, I think is how you say it.
Judy.
one, he didn't want to move out.
Oh,
We
wow.
broke up, we've been broken up for almost a year now. He didn't want to move out, so I had taken his stuff to his mom's house.
Well, you can always file an eviction. Sometimes that's what the courts will tell you you have to do.
So then, well, I took his stuff to his mom's house and he brought back in my house and the sheriff said he could. Because he had lived there, even though he wasn't,
That's my point.
he hadn't lived there in 8 months, his stuff was in my house.
The Tibetan is the bold face type. The pronunciation is in the bold face type. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood.
Dala dongwar jibe da nubar jibe ge antarba da dam jen jembe par du jo bar jiba dam je je zu jibe amanang ga da nyam be sem jen dam je de wa tan de ando ngar da de nyor da la na me ba nyang da bar zo be chan chu ren bo je do bar jo.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom.
Nam gen da da nyam be sam jen dam je jo je de som je de je ye ba tam je je ko son do yon den den tam je je ngo jo wa chu je gong bo dong zhe je je sa xian zhong ne ma be gen de dang je je nga da chen chen zo wa dang ju ba je be la ma dang ba nang la jiao zhen je wo ye dang jin guo re jie la zuo nang la jiao zhen je wo san jie jun den de nang la jiao zhen je wo dang de chu nang la jiao zhen je wo nyang pa pi gen de nang la jiao zhen je wo ba gan de jie zhong song me zuo yi jie jie jian dan den ba nang la jiao zhen je
Page 4. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
Chancho nyingbo jeje war sanje namlai jobsen je enchuda janjo samba ye tolai deje jobsen je jedai moje derje je chancho tone je ba tong chancho sembe la ba la
Page 5. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Sanje Jodan Sojen Jonan Lai Chanja Borada Dane Jobsen Chen Dake Jensoi Jimbye Sonam Jen Dola Penche Sanje Dubar.
May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Ma namgai dai nyambe sanjen tamje dewa dai deve je dai denbar anjur je dongara dongara ke je dai dewa jur je dongara mebe dewa
Page 6. Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras, together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcending conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place.
Benzara Samanza, Benzara Samanza, Benzara Samanza, Mare Sanja, Kunja, Kunjura, Dodera, Ponja, Mese, Jumde, Alai, Monai, Male, Jijan, Janjura, Be. Jumdan Kuraje Nende Yesu Organ Bading Bube Dube Aloy Gende Nive De Shada Bandi Zasu.
Page 7. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate.
Saje boje joje medo don re ling ye nian de jian ban de sanje shen lai mei de pu wa yin do ge nong da ye de ju ba shu chang ze wa dan ju jian Jesus, Yeran, Gushin, Sorwa, Ye, Gewa, Junze, Dake, Jezaba, Antamje, Zobe, Chanjo, Jimbo.
And then flip to page 11. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the three realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the five wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind, transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise, even then I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment. To you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you, among the 3 levels of existence, is most exquisite. Unparalleled, omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace. To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And then back to page 9.
Namo Nam Se Nam Dai Ge Lama Lai Nam Se Ye Gen Sun Chu Ban Bu Kam Suma Yang Dora De Sorwa De Korwa Tong Do Se Chen Je Lo Je Je Anurva Zo Ke Chen Ma San Jun Mi Jelve To Chen Bi Ye Ye Ma Dan Den Ze Ve Da Ni Ga Di Jan An Do Wa Jun Ze Ren Bu Je Da Sim Ni Je Ngon De Sol Wan De Yin Je Ngon De Chen Je Lo Sam Do Ne Je Me Nam Dan De Luan De Chu Ge Do Ba Rai Chen Je Lo Jiang Den De Di Chen Je Ba Da Jiang Ba Yang Da Ba Ra So Bi San Je Re Ba Da Yin Xiao Zhen Den Ba De Ba Rai Ye Ba Je Den Chen Ba Ji Wen De Ba Ka Lo Ye Jo Ba La Na Mi Ba La Dong Me Nam Je Dong Ba Nian Mi Xia Je Je Ba Xiao Je Chen Ma Mi Ba La Ra De Do De Gu Wei Jiang Zi Lui Gang Zhe Gang Ni Zuo Wei Jiu Dang Zi Sa Jian De La Gong Ba De Wa Ra Ne Nga Nian Ji Den De Nan Jiu De Song De Den Ke Ba Ji La Jiang Zi Lo Nam Da Gong Ai Jiu De Su Zang Wai Yi Jie Jiang Zu Se Jie Lun Bon Da An Ta Guan Ji Den Song Na Lang Ye Wa Gong Ba Chu Ni Jie La Jiang Zi Lo An Den Ba Ji Mian Da Wei Xie Seng Do An Da Wa Jie La Jiang Zi Lo An De De Jiu De Se Ba Song Nan Zi Nian Min Qian Jian Jie La Jiang Zi Lo Amen Jiao De Wa Ka Lo Jun Zi Jing Gun Jiu Ren Qing Wa Jun Zi Di Jin Ni Ang Bo Xie Dang Ye 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 Lan Ke Nian Yo Xiu Ba De La Jiang Zi Lo Ang Gong Bo Tu Jie Jie Dan Bo Tam Jie Qian Bie Dong Ba Bo Song Na Wai Yang Tian Jiang Zu Xin Di Jin Ye La Jiang Zi Lo Da Bian Do Jia Ji Wei Ju Ge Wei Nian Song Le Zhe Xin Jie De Tong Dan Qiu Jiu Ru Wai Xi Jiu Ru Qiu La Jiang Zi Lo Chu Ne Chu Wei Lang Yang Dong Da La Rab De Gui Xian Ge Tang Ba Yang Den Ji Gen De La Yang Jiang Zi Lo.
And then on page 15, I prostrate to the youthful Manjushri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appear during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmadhatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas with the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense. I make offerings to the victorious ones with the finest cause, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways. I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. And then back to page 14.
Baba Jambara Shana Churva Lai Chansa Loi Jenya Soda Chojan Jedana Tuzon Yeba Meya Senge Dage Malu Tada Tamje La Ludang Naye Tamye Chanje Wu Sangpa Jobe Molan Dada Ke Jarwa Tamje Yeje Ngozom De Jenge Dunye Lura Duba Ye Jarwa Gunlai Rada Chanze Lo Aduje Dena Dunye Sanje No Sanje Ze
Ona Shubhada
Tedare Chuje Yena Malu Bai Tamje Jarwa Dage Kongwara Mo Andada Ngobai Meze Janzo Nai Yanje Yenla Janzo Dagunje Jarwa Gunje Yanten Rabju Jen Gewara Yegwa Tamje Dage Do Ameda Damba Jingwa Damba Dan Sinye Nanda Chube Donjo Dan Yamarame Joda Dubu Damba Ye Jarwa Dada Lane Choba Je Anaza Damba Nanda Chenjo Dan Chema Kurme Jera Nyamba Dan Jabaran Babin Chugun Je Jarwa Teda Layan Choba Je Anjoba Kana Lami Jaje Wa Teda Jarwa Tamje Layan Mo Asambo Jola Tibe Doda Ke Jarwa Kunla Chansen Choba Je Doja Shedai Demo Wange Ne Lutang Adang Ti Yi Je Jang Deva Dage Jeba Jinje Ba Tada Tamje Dage Sosore Ya Choje Jarwa Gunda Sanje Se Sanjara Namtang Lotang Melotang Andowa Gunje Sona Kangla Yang Teda Gunje Jese Da Yi Rang Kana Chojun Jiden Doma Anta Chanjo Rambara Sanje Majani Gombo te da da ge tam je la ko lo la na me ba gor wa gu anya da don ka ye te da la do wa gu la pe yin de ve che ge wa yin ge du ni so ba yang da ge te mo ra ja ra so wa je Chang Tse Wa Dan Chu Jin Ya Ba Dan Ji Se Ye Rang Guo Xin Su Wa Yin Jung Se Da Ge Jie Sa Ba Tam Chi Zo Bi Jiang Ju Jin Bu
Page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Sam Jian Nam Jie Sam Ba Tang Lo Ye Che Da Che Da Wai Che Chun Tu Mo Te Ba Ye Chu Jian Go Lo Go Du Zu Sam Je Dam Je Zhen Go Re Da Jing Bu Ra Jam So Chab Da Ga Rin Song Me Tu Je Da Ning Kam Sum Chu Je Je Bu Shab Je Pe Mo Chen Ma Le Go Rab De 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 Go Sum Ke Ba Chen Bu Go Ne Cha Han Sa Xin Jab San Che Wo Je Wa Ne Tse Rab Jin Chen Wa Dam Je Do Do Tse Wa Chen Bu Go Ne Je So Song Chu Xin Je La Baran Tse Do So Kong Ge Jia Zong Da We Men Gong Ke San Zhen Ben Dong Zha Xin Chen Be Se Wo San Zhe Sa Wen Zhe Gun Me Ge De Zai Tuk Jin Da Ma Gun Ni Ju Ren Ji Ten Som Jin Kong Jia Be Tong Pen Ma Gar Bo Den Ren Da Lo Yen Zo Ro Jong Orjian Zo Len Be Me Dong Bo Zhe Jia We Nam Zho Rong Jong Zhi Jin Zhe Zhen Zo Be Ye Ye Den Song Bar Be Man Jung Ne Da Lo Ben Zo Re Jiang Xin Yi Ten Gun Xi Xin Si Bin Qian Si Jin Ko Ra Kong Xin Ro Gun Se Mo Men Pa Seng Se Lo Zhu Gun De Nian De Ge Dang Yi Ji Zhi Ba Me Gong Chun Yin Ka Lan Ze Ba Kong Jan Ba Ra Xiong Ne Gun Ne Ge Wei Zo Gin Chu Yin Zhuo Ben Ma Gar Bun Zun Be Xia Le Song Wu Si Le Dong Ge Cha Wai Ning Ge Me Zi Lo Zhun Jiu Zi Wei Yang Jian A Ge Bar Mo Da Yi Zo Ge Zang Der Seng Ga Ra Ye Re Seng Be Ma Ga Ra Jin Bong Ni Shu Nga So So Nom Nya Der Dong Jia Ga Ter La Ma Nam La Zo Wan De Kong Re To Ga Ren Qian Ning Bong Go Ro Ye Den Gun Jiong Ga Wi Ji Ser De Ning Bo Dong Zai Be Ben Nan Jer Chen Me We Zer Xiab Je Da Yi Jiang Xi Ya Gun Sen Zhou La Ji Se Zer Chen Me We Zer Yong Chou To Den Zhou Wo So Long Qian Nam Ke Nan Jer Jing Mi Ling Be Xiab La Zo Wan De Che Der Jar We Ze Po Xi Wa La Nang Der Che Pe Wang Qiu Xia Wa Re Song Wang Pang Qiu Deng A Rong Zhe Mo Jing Mi Chu Ji Wang Bar Gu Jiang Ca Ri Tong Jian Bar Xuan Nu Xia La Le Gong Be Long Le Po Be Der Ji Zhou Long To Qun Zi Jiang Zong A Da An Zi Da Ben Za Ya La Zo Wan De Yo Den Song Ji Gun Tong Nyam Na Yong Ga Rin Song Ji Gun Le Lao Bin Gong Za We La Ma De La Ku Jiang Da Song Zhe We Lo Nan Chu La Jiu Nga So Po Ge La Kar Po Che La Ne Den Sti Yo Re Tene Da Chu Zhub Di Nyen Du Kai Na Tomar Gunung Te Ju Ga Ya Te Ke Chi Mo Re Te Yin Du Tam Rawa Nam Kin Ta La Nyam Be Sim Chen Tam Chi Nam Ro Ten Ji De Wa La Nam Me Ba Yong Tak Bar So Be Song Ji Ji Kong Pong Rin Bo Chel Ngo Bar Xia
티체도 나 춘데냐 소르신도냐네 하는 텐데 냠슬랭기 냠베고네 삼바샹접조자 독지바텔라 몸바샹접지 샘생의 제기 인사 tening nguso jugwa shangchup semji kapsu tene ta tikwa chenpo kamne songwa nangshi jinso parudu chimba cho chimba cho jimso ba zonju samten sherabda parudu chimba cho tene dewe ngopo hi tanda jimba tang tam nyembar mawa tang rang tong tong tumbar joba tang xian tong tong tumbar jog tu joba tila uddewe ngopo xis tene kor sor dewa yinan duna jik ruk chene chan tung tang yagbo chaya de tel tene yongor tel tene dewe ngopo xis tene tan duna nga jik apsu samlam 지조지 rinpanyi라 라버지 오송 되네 사바다 람지 값서 지름 담 조그름니 티 rinpanyi 되네 나도르지 티비 값서 제버전지 인도 되니라 라버지 오 냠베코네 되네 다 삼바 몸바 창조게 산단 조과 창조게 셈니 티 도원서 되네 도담 창조지 셈 tang aji kapsu yana umma subawa shuda sarvatana subawa shuda hansene tongba nyechi tangba nyene yongu yoro te darzo yona regor tene semke samna korchen chu tam chete ye domane o cho manyongba tende tongba nyechi rongi imbala samna korne tende ta ndorna tala todam chanchuk sem sta todam chanchuk sem ngosu jule jebre shebala tene 동닝어 소마토나 영거말 이나요 텐데인라고 저게 단다 로토라 졸라네 하나 다 먼저 니당 테네 도담상주 그셈체다 줄레제 단도나 도담상주 셈지 값스 테네 랑게심니
the 통리기 등 눈에 된다 the 통리 문수 말레 야기 발라 토기오 마레
무슨 또요 말아 이나 지방이 나서 학고로 인식을 야본다 conceptualize 보킬라 그 보키 요르건 간데나 지방이 뭐도네 책이 보치단다 챙금도
tene DJ la munjo ni dang dun dang kare jemala kare sam
tene tongdam janjuk sem te ta mo de nga zo ga zong gu la menan jur ka ps sem do ne jemi namda ta ti dorna janjuk sem se yor tene ta choyin zu rang gu nong la tene janjuk sem sene lebu somana janjuk sem 요데와 다데 도담 장첩 셈 제네 다 대지와르 시비기 다라 되는 거죠 되는 배잔데 장거열에서
So in Tibetan we say one should make effort in or really apply oneself to the wholesome dharmas, the pure dharmas, meaning that when we engage in dharma activity, it is important to have at first a pure motivation. So for instance, directing our motivation, our intention toward the welfare and benefit of all sentient beings, thinking of all beings as vast as space, and with the wish that all beings may be brought to the state of precious and complete enlightenment, then it's with that motivation that we engage in this process of, explaining and listening to the Dharma, and then to put that Dharma into practice becomes also an aspect of the motivation, because we have these two aspects of bodhicitta. There's the aspiration bodhicitta and the application bodhicitta. So the aspiration bodhicitta is what was just described, the intention to, the wish for all beings to be brought to the state of complete awakening, and the determination to attain awakening ourselves in order to bring all beings to that state. And then the application bodhicitta becomes the action. So engaging in the 6 perfections of ethical discipline or generosity, ethical discipline, patience, diligence, meditative concentration, and wisdom. Also, it is in the practice of the 4 means of attracting beings to the Dharma through generosity, through speaking in a way that is pleasant or gently or kindly, in a way that is kind to others. Speaking in a way that accords with your own, or acting in a way that accords with your own conduct, or with your own speech, so that your conduct actually accords with your speech, and then also speaking and behaving in a way that accords with the needs of others. So these are what are referred to as the 4 means of attracting disciples. And then also engaging in the practice itself. So for instance, we have the profound path of practice consists of the generation stage and completion stage yogas. And so in the this also is applied in such a way that it also is endowed with the 2 types of bodhicitta, the aspiration and application, because the aspiration is there, and then the application itself, or the application is the practice itself, or the training. So this is in the context of Vajrayana, secret mantra Vajrayana. And then the ultimate bodhicitta is also in the Tantra, in the context of Tantra. For instance, when we practice the generation stage, there's the Swabhava mantra, Om Swabhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Swabhava Shuddhoham. And this is establishing the primordial purity of all phenomena. It is dropping into the meaning or the understanding of emptiness. And so to understand, the understanding of emptiness is, in fact, the ultimate bodhicitta. But there are 2 aspects to this. There's the conceptual understanding of emptiness and the direct understanding of emptiness. So until we arrive at the direct understanding of emptiness, then that ultimate bodhicitta is based on the conceptual understanding of emptiness, or the kind of understanding of emptiness based on examination. To realize, so that ultimately occurs with the direct realization of the true nature of mind, which is also what is really the meaning of the Guru Yoga. So when, for instance, in the prayer we've discussed many times now, that same prayer, and then there's the line, please bless me that I may realize, actually, but Kimpola said it should be translated differently, that I may realize my mind, the primordially pure, the unborn, completely pure mind. Let me look at, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind as the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect. And so this is the ultimate or the outcome, or what actually is the fruition of Guru Yoga. So in this way, within all of these levels of practice, both the relative bodhicitta and ultimate bodhicitta are complete. And these are the means to generate them.
Dorna kunzub changchub gisem jiya te todam changchub gisem gyula jibi tap kona imbare teyindu ta changchub gisem sayade gyula jivala kichimbore. Yes, power of bodhicitta.
And so, in brief, the way, the stages, or the way to generate the ultimate bodhicitta to arise in the mind stream is through the cultivation of the relative bodhicitta. This is the only method.
There's is Adisha or someone. Yuna Sanji drop la Tichola, Mena Sanji drumna, Tap Chakbi. 남다 형nhập 집을 효성도 유나 대기불 교레스 메나 되네 대 메송에나 되네 현다 답현다 반도요 말레스 대인도 남다 형nhập 셈니 니드 집을 효성 근데 말랑 성도.
So perhaps it was Atisha who said that if one has this, it is the supreme means to manifesting enlightenment or to achieving Buddhahood. Without it, this is like an interesting expression in Tibetan. It's kind of like, I mean, it's more like a turn of phrase, but it's like, then there's nothing. There's no other method. It's almost like you're completely at a loss for any method.
It's almost if you have a toolbox full of tool or powered by battery. If you have no battery, then your tools doesn't work. Sort of the battery, like for tools these days, I think it's a bodhicitta, yeah. And then 东尼宁吉宁波见相处着把卡几了我送了真的。东尼宁吉宁波见送东巴尼的宁吉个宁波见的，真的相处着唔看啦。真的没得么容巴的，他卡几了我噻，的相处着唔看就说了，个个的是个噻，送的。
So the one who is progressing towards awakening has to have the or bodhicitta itself is the emptiness that is infused or pervaded by great compassion. So without this, then there's no other means to awakening, or no other method.
Our Madhyamaka class, we memorize that. Nyingji sem tang nisu melo tang hyongchup sem le yerse namji just compassion, non-dual.
Go for it.
Are the causes of the children of the conqueror.
Yeah. You hear?
Yeah, can you repeat that? Can we have the microphone?
That's only two lines. Compassion.
Just 2 lines.
Yeah.
Compassion, non-duality, the wish for Buddhahood for the sake of others is the cause of the offspring of the Tathagatas. Children of the conquerors. Sorry.
Nyingji sem tang.
And maybe write it in the chat.
Nyingji
Maybe
sem.
write it in the chat. Thank you.
Nyingji sem tang. Nyingji ki sem yorwa. Nyingji me be lo. Changchup ki sem. Tisum bode ane jarsi shangchup samba. gyureso, the gyusena, tesum la tene, jarsikan jusumbatas. Gyureso, dandona, ninge changchuk semsayate, tene, dodang kangikapsina, kechemore, tesem sharoches.
So compassion, non-duality, the wish for Buddhahood for others' sake, these three, or compassion, non-duality, the wish for Buddhahood for others' sake, are causes of the children of the conqueror, the causes of the children of the Tathagatas. This is crucial, this mind of bodhicitta, both in the context of sutra and tantra. Without it, there's no other means to awakening.
Tandona nga zo pecha jang sada puglu sule pecha tasar. Inji sule study injira. Tene rubanyam len chi sa taten zokban so don bandong sargum ngande chi ya chong mata ta changjuk sem jule. Chi ya tendare tendu tanda nga zo pecha ta de ya teong tenda jigware. Ta ina tap ndamenda yore na tinone chi pechat ozurimbo ina tene lewu tantene chi sabchi kaga li shane tenda tonda dodo temba ina tene pendo yor te indu shi lam drivu ki chu serne kaga tene shaga yor te tar te shaga yor te indu kazong Lungranjik Chevare ina tenengda churong Virginia ke dana inchitole George Yorwa teindu de Martin ke lo tenenga so lew jiban rogos.
So here what we are also reading in this text is actually not different from, so sorry, to conclude what just came before, please try to generate the mind of awakening or bodhicitta as we listen to the teachings. And actually everything that is contained within this text is also actually, all of these different methods or ways of looking at really the same thing, which is the awakened mind or the mind of awakening. And also in that there is, this becomes in all of these different methods also for enabling that understanding of the mind of awakening to arise, or for the bodhicitta to arise in the mind stream. And so we've been going, chapter by chapter through the text, and the entire text itself is really comprised of these three parts: the ground, the path, and the fruition. And so where we are in the text is still mainly in examining the nature of the ground. And we have here also another quote, which Kimbola has come upon, which is also from Longchenpa.
Yes.
Which is also from Longchenpa, but not in this text.
The first one.
Oh, the first, is it?
This, yesterday we didn't have that.
Which I translated yesterday. So the ground is the true nature of the expanse. The view is the nature of realizing that essence. Resting within that realization is meditation. Completely absent of thoughts, without distraction, free of mental proliferation, completely pure like the sky, is the unconditioned clear light. Beyond thought, verbal expression, or symbols, abiding within your own fundamental essence is the king of meditations. And
Pechande tanda samoyang teksen denendogande. Samoyang tek.
And this is from the Sammoyangtik, which is the profound, single drop, or the extremely profound sphere or drop.
This is sort of outline, table of content, and these our root text and also the commentary. I sort of compile and add some more and divide this ground path version and also under the path view, meditation, and conduct. So maybe
Oh, maybe I can I?
if you are interested in, can share, or if you like to read Tibetan, please go ahead. If there's some of my writings in here, Tibetan and English translations, but most of them are from this book and the commentary. But I also have a Tibetan, so you can see that there's two quotations, I think very important from Longchenpa in a Samayangte. But then I still have Yingme Lingpa and Mipam Rinpoche and Thadkar Brahma Rangjung Dorje's few words about the ground path version or the view meditation conduct. So I haven't translated that because those texts are already available in English. So if next time we have time, or you can find out, or we can look at those quotes if you are interested in, and otherwise maybe you are already practicing those texts, so it doesn't really matter what in here, but mainly those texts are here. Here's two passages that not available in English. Virginia kindly helped to translate. Maybe we also need to finalize sometime. But at least it's there. So maybe we now I think you are sharing it.
Can I put it in the chat box and then they can screen
Yeah,
share?
yeah.
Okay.
And anyone is interested in, this is my compile. If, of course, you need to read Tibetan, that's a requirement.
So I've just dropped the table of contents that Kimpo Rinpoche created into the chat box. So maybe Lisa or James, if you could also open it up and maybe screen share.
Maybe don't really need screen share.
Oh,
If
okay. Never
anyone
mind about the screen share.
wanted to there, then should be, can open.
Are people able to open it? Is it open?
So, we are so happy that already in chapter 8, which means we are quite productive at this time. Of course, then these either we can call oscillation or the emitting and absorption and emitting. What's it? Draw to?
Emanating out and gathering back in.
So these terms used in a tantric practice that a lot because all the activities involved with these lights are emitting or shooting out or manifest from while you are mantra recitation, and then these lights bring down. It hits or reaches to the Buddhas or deities, and then invoke their blessings to bring back with blessing, and also these lights goes to sentient beings to cure, remove, and or sufferings, and those kind of emitting, and then you bring back with blessings and so forth. This is called
Emanating out and gathering back, but what actually Kimbo La was also saying the other day, he was translating it as oscillation, but what he was saying is that this is also corresponding with those sections in the generation stage where there's radiating out from the seed syllables, gathering the blessings of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and then being absorbed back into the seed syllable. It's the same term, trudu. emanating out and gathering back.
And why we are talking about this, because this is also sort of mirror image of what nature do or what nature does. We see this term in Longchenpa, everything arises from the ground, but it's sort of dissolved back to the ground and also never straight from the ground. And this kind of sort of oscillation, samsara is here but not here, and samsara is arise from ground but never left the ground. So that's very important. You can see very first chapter, and now we have this outline, so you can see the title of samsara. Samsara and nirvana by nature do not stray from the basic space. Basic space means the ground. Ground means bodhicitta, which means your own mind nature. And then chapter 8, which is, there's not exactly this is not will, this is only ground, because will and ground sort of related, because how we treat or how we understand the reality present through our own understanding. That's why it's the nature is when we describe the nature, it also involves the view. But think about the ontological levels, that what's really there, being, exists. That is more about ground. And then chapter 8, we have this demonstrating non-duality within awakened mind. So you can see still in this stage. And of course, then we need to read a little bit further. Yesterday we read quite a lot. I'm sure people wondering what's going on here. Maybe we have that. We read this session until the end of the chapter, maybe, and then we discuss a little bit, and then we jump into chapter 9. Rongyung yi rongyung ane nyam ni ma zo ba ni mi ni ji tse la ngo xin 62 Tibetan, 63 in English. Rongyung ane nyam ni ma zo ba ni mi ni ji tse la ngo xin Jeyong me me jo den sha lo to ni de ma ri men pe long de che rong jong bon jor me ba la sam zo jar bo ni se me ba rai jong kam sa yang de kren di ni me da rong yi kang ne rong xie de chu gu zong Last night I hear the English fanatic. We could read.
James, if you can share, yesterday there was a phonetic of a text with the phonetics for the Tibetan, so we can screen share that, so we can chant the Tibetan together. Is James here?
He is.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Damien.
Okay. The English is the same version from this book, so
we can do.
We
both.
can search search there. If
So page 6, Chila Drukju Druni.
no, it cannot
Dilla.
use page.
Dilla.
No. Need to search the English.
So as long as,
Mhm.
as long as, and I think in the other text
133.
is 65, right? As long as you remain fixated on individual things? Is that right?
He started reading chapter 8 or chapter? The bottom of page 62 in Tibet, correct?
Yes, I read that, yeah.
So then the English that goes with that is on the bottom of page 63 and in James text 133.
Okay.
Okay.
So Rangjung Namni.
Yeah, that's,
Rangjung Namni.
yeah, because until that we read last night.
So shall we just read the English then for now? Just the one verse, is that right?
No, we can finish that.
Oh, okay, so we
Somehow
will
it is
do it.
difficult to.
That's
To
okay,
hear.
then if you know what page we're on in the other text. In the other text, because he's going to keep going in Tibetan.
Yeah, it starts on page 133 and the Pechin is what it looks like.
Okay.
133.
133.
Check English. That's okay. This one.
Is it? I thought we were without any realization of equalness in its naturally occurring state, but I'm not sure that I'm
So-
in the right.
We
Right.
haven't finished on 65. As long as you remain fixated, that's the English.
That's where we are?
Yeah, we need to read from
Page
there.
65. Are we reading in English or are we reading
No,
in
no,
Tibetan?
I stopped reading Tibetan. I stopped there. De tande je so so shin be pa ni se ne pa rong yin chue se kan sen de she ta ti ri me jin tam chi chan nya mi ti me ba na ni me do ye dor je sen be zo chun yin ren bo chen zo le xiang chup sem la ni se me bra den be lewe de ji pa. Now you can read in English, I think.
All right, so this is the end of the 8th chapter. So the last paragraph, if you have the text, we're on page 65.
No, 63. Do you remember earlier I read 62? Yeah, that last paragraph.
Okay, so the last three, the last three paragraphs. Without any realization of equalness in its naturally occurring state, you may obsess on the word non-duality and place your confidence in some state that you speculate has no frame of reference whatsoever. A mistaken notion, the dark realm in which awareness is not recognized. And therefore, it is in the naturally occurring state without transition or change that the most majestic perfection of goals is experienced as non-duality, the total freedom from the three realms, the ultimate meaning of the non-duality of samsara and nirvana, is the fortress of Dharmakaya, the nature of being that arises inherently from within, such that it is completely pure like space, yet is in fact beyond all metaphors. As long as you remain fixated on individual things, on this or that, you remain caught in dualism, the cage of confusion entailing self and other. When you make no biased distinction of this, everything is the same in the state of equalness, with no frame of reference, and so Vajrasattva declares non-duality is realized. This is the 8th section of the precious treasury of the basic space of phenomena, demonstrating non-duality within awakened mind.
Then sep said, Pukil sep said, and in Chinala, cage 사야 줘요 서로.
Yeah, sikdi hako kumendo.
Tindu langwa 들어와 롱도르 뽕이 셉세야 그러니까 돈나 가르 샤와 가르 주르와단 집이 샤와 가르 치베나 셉다고 차거를 셉세도 케이치 디날 추처베나 드네 랑왕 요마레스 대신도 신달라 단다 인지널도 저도 cage of confusion should be set. That is so. And durna nam talking Zimbabwe you ninzi you bayina. Then rani sep nal chude banang ti chude banang chagores. Jingwa chano ba. Chortobe mareso.
So there's this word which is translated here into English as cage. So it's mentions the cage of confusion, which is as long as you remain fixated on individual things, on this or that, you remain caught in dualism, the cage of confusion entailing self and other. So until we have abandoned, accepting and rejecting, then that is actually the feeling of it's like being caught in a cage, because what is meant by this is that we aren't free, we don't have independence, because we're under the power of this dualistic fixation. And so therefore it's likened to being stuck or caught in a cage of confusion. And so that dualistic grasping is what causes one to be caught in a cage or without this freedom. It's like being bound until we are liberated.
And then I start. Then, Virginia, page 63. Landor Ponya Seblin de Vines. Then, the Tona Nimi hit Landor Ponya Seblin de Togwaina. Since here. Landor Ponya Seblin de Vines. The Tona Nimi hit the Royan Conduson Bocombachi. Togwin name is Sebes Archindozon. That did the Landor Ponya Seblin de Va Harcoson Togwaina. Tell Nimi his figures. Nimi his Rangula. Tene that Ranjun Conduson Bog Combangomba Tarchimba Teres. Tindu Te Tosoina. Tene Dog Bisames on Tel Corsadan Norsa Yomareson.
So then, this cage is also mentioned on page 63, where it says, since you have no concepts about the scope of naturally occurring timeless awareness, you have transcended the cage of acceptance and rejection of what is an antidote and what is to be abandoned. With such realization, there is non-dual timeless awareness. And you have arrived at the enlightened intent, naturally occurring and wholly positive. So then when one realizes and abides within this non-dual primordial awareness, then that is the experience, and it becomes the experience of Kuntu Zangpo, or the wholly positive, naturally occurring and wholly positive, where one is no longer caught in the cage of confusion, which is, dualistic, based on dualistic grasping.
Tedara, the Ninzindam Pangi Seblin Deba, Ranjing Deba Mayimba, Tene Tandana. Ranjung on a Yamni Motobarsonda, rangshi jikoni nyamni matoba tene tsek na namto le xian ne ta nimi toko ndok sene tene nyembu ki juba yina te nimi ngoni chakga mareso rangju ngoni nyamchi mato par nimi ni ji tsek la ngu xian ne tsek gi jesu ronen tene ngaso namto saya de tsek gi jesu yong wa ji yong me me yi ju deng chawa song tene kaya yo mare sene lo ge ta ji sha lo nin jing ge ta ji sha yi ju sana lo nin ji sa ro ta ji sha wa te lok to re so nor wa re so yin be ma chi ten de ma rik men pe long da wo tene dan chemo ge ma men pa nang xi cha de yo re so.
And then as it says, without any realization of equalness in its naturally occurring state, you may obsess on the word non-duality. So until there is this realization of what as it actually is, then grasping at concepts and words, and then there's a thought of, oh, I must understand non-duality, but that still just becomes more grasping that is based on following after the terms or after the words. And you may obsess on the word non-duality and place your confidence in some state that you speculate has no frame of reference whatsoever. But this is a speculation that's based on the dualistic mind, and so it becomes a mistaken idea of what non-duality is. And this still just becomes more delusion. But this is a truly mistaken notion, the dark realm in which awareness is not recognized. And so it is still just ignorance, like the darkness. One remains in darkness. And so this is really important. Oh, sorry. What comes next? On page 65.
Detang dehi so hembe par nisu neba rangin trevi seps tanda seps cage se yongwa. Kanda sambo inare ngemba inare denkurware na nyangel devare de sanji ji yodare denkurbi yodare jongre sen. Detang dehi so hembe par. Dorna kangla dere sen ti yodan da jong 다바이나 근데 니스네 바송 닌지 창조거래서 대인도 닌지 창와야나 랑인진 서비스다 랑다 현 요밤 더 람난 되거리 내가 랑다 현 니가게 서비스 창조를 대인도 너나 다때다 닌지 매봐 창고거래서 창송와야나 하는 님이
So then again, this second verse here on page 65, where it says, as long as you remain fixated on individual things of this or that, you remain caught in dualism. So the designations of good and bad, pure and impure, samsara and nirvana, Buddhas and sentient beings, qualities and faults. So this and that, then one remains in duality with the concepts of self and other, and so therefore we are caught in the cage or stuck in the cage of confusion. As it says, you remain caught in dualism, the cage of confusion entailing self and other. When you make no biased distinction of this and that, then everything becomes the same in the state of equalness with no frame of reference, and so Vajrasattva declares non-duality is realized.
That tige lev jivat sone 너나 다 희생 속전기 희생야 레브 당번에 다다 봐도 하는 희리 신앙 그러나 양은 대비 축하는 샤르요래 대 샤르데나요 실레 마요 바임바 근데 다 너나 내줄때 주니기 내줄때 되네 희생 말에 되는데 다 좋아요나 됐어 맞죠
So then, so this completes then the 8th chapter, the 8th section, and as was mentioned, that is the first through the 8 chapters are all addressing the true nature of the ground, and the what is expressed within these chapters is that all of the phenomena of samsara and nirvana arises from the ground. It shines forth from the ground and it dissolves back into the ground. And all the while that it shines forth, there is never any actual wavering from the ground. It never strays from the ground. And so this is really dealing with the true nature of with the essence of the true nature, or dharmata. So if we have any questions, actually at this point we can also take a little bit of time to address questions and have some conversation.
No.
There are 2 in Spanish, but
Can you
so
translate?
Is that a question? Does somebody want, it looks like it's just what it is saying in Spanish. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's good. Which means
Okay. Thanks, Soldi.
no news is good news. No question means fully understand. So that's
Yeah.
yeah. And good news, there's another now verse from Longchenpa and other texts. We still need to read that to make sense, and Virginia kindly translate that. So
I don't know that it's an accurate translation.
it's
Take it away.
wholly positive, so
Wholly
should be okay.
So you want me to read it?
I can read Tibetan
Okay.
first. And that Goba Juba Yugji Dish Tawa Gumba Juba Somtela Sha Tisumgade Lamji Churi, some Lamji Chusena, Lamgi Nansengi Chusena, the Inchik Tolak Chusadu Karsego stuff thing, whatever you translate that.
Chu?
Mm-hmm.
Chu. Like
Chu,
phenomena.
Chanara Chus Chu. Yeah, this phenomena is good.
Or stuff. Did you say stuff?
Stuff, thing.
Things.
Yeah.
So we have, so now then we move into the next chapters, the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. These 3 are really dealing with the path. So we have, ground, path, fruition. So that these 3 are addressing the path of Dharma to distinguish from the term Dharma, which is also used in the terms of in terms of phenomena or things or stuff.
Mm-hmm. You should have this too. So if you look, pechi nang kar song do sana dorna hiying tok ba ta wa te ngang lam me to ying mi gon ban cho malam kim te mi ju bi chor tham ji rig bi ngang do ro jik bi lam ji chu shi lama sang ji song zong tene long na chi.
So the translation of what Khenpo Rinpoche just read is, in brief, realizing the expanse of the ground is the view, and abiding within that without concepts, free of distractions, is the supreme meditation. The mode of conduct is that which is dreamlike, illusory, and unreal, since all within the state of awareness is a single taste. That is the Dharma of the path. Such are the words of my Guru Buddha.
These days people say this only we have it, so not in this world, maybe there's no English, so we are lucky that we have these summary excerpts or findings from Pai Longchenpa himself. Ta hi ying tokwa tela tawa segores. Ti ngala maying bar gumbatala gumba segores. Tene ta hi ying dongbani am chuji go ruben ta tamje da tawa te tokwa yina and chu tamje malam da juma tawar. Tando nangazo Ludrup Chisong Tower Chivayana, Tangin Reverend on the Noma Mato, Ronging or Meba, and the Chutam, Melam Tamti, Melam the Jima Tower, Hako Songwayana, then the Juba Tayon, Chikbotan, Juba Tayon, Chingzi Jeng, Tawalet, and the Juba Tayon, Kotobot and the Maimba, Melam the Jimetorji, the Chutam Jilla.
And so here what's being expressed is that by realizing the expanse of the ground is the view. So it's there's the ground and then there's the realization of the ground. And that realization is what we refer to as the view. And then abiding within that or remaining within that recognition, that view, becomes the meditation. So when the Dharmakaya that is free of elaboration or proliferation is directly realized, then the conduct becomes, all that is done within kind of like that dreamlike, illusory experience of non-real reality. So just like Nagarjuna says, apart from dependent origination or interdependence, there isn't anything that really there isn't anything that exists. It doesn't. Interdependence itself is empty in essence, and so although it manifests as the display, it is all the while just like a dream or like an illusion. And so when one understands that, abiding within the view, then that is the definition of conduct, is like operating within this or engaging in conduct within this understanding of its dreamlike illusory nature, or so engaging in dreamlike illusory conduct. Rebe.
Tada tamje tawa kumba joba sumgate rikpi ngangdu rojiktu dudu yores yore la tene ta lama sangji zongdu dana lama sangji kongreki lama
Oh, good. I'm
Sangji
just going to
tawa
work
teke
12 to 2 today.
12 to 2, okay. Hang on, there was 8.
Is that news from our? It's from here, I guess. Tene lamji chure sen de sumga tawa gomba juba sumga te lamji chure songne ane kone ke lama sangji daberti ke songre sen lama sangji nisme ba ti song sen yon Trigosar Yona, then a lama nambatang sonji namji, the Darth Zungio race and that donna conda, Chibario Marwa, and Tendere, Kitchen.
So then, as it says, so the mode of conduct is dreamlike, illusory, and unreal, since all within that state of awareness is a single taste. So everything that is experienced within that recognition, that understanding of the ground or abiding within the view, becomes the nature of one taste. Everything is experienced as equality, and that is the dharma of the path. So in other words, these three of ground, path, and fruition are the dharma of the path. Such are the words of my Guru Buddha. So here, Longchenpa, it's not clear in the Tibetan, he's either referring to his own guru, and saying the Guru Buddha, and that the guru and the Buddha are one. They're not separate. They're in indivisibility or non-dual, or he is saying this is what has been said by all of the great teachers who are not different from the Buddha.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Tene tadong dene ma project tor kashi jindo dene chesed. Dene jema pecha tene yore tene ta karma paranjung dorji ki o chakchen malam na la
Rangjung Dorje?
here. Chakchen malam na la Shilam rezomte, the rezondwa. Shilla trondo chupa tawi deng, tela maying jong kumbini, kumdong kun la zarjong jubin cho tagum jubi deng don dember hyoso. Tene, ta shi seya tela trondo chuni, trondo chu se na shi nilo mamad hako ne, tela trotong korwa kanyang, mata shima shishin hako wa tela. Tela tawa seguro. Sta tiki dengs and confidence te yuko rezo. Do jirtong tanda inji tol George tanda so inji George do.
The tsawa in ayagare, but chichina chi intikela no.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we have, maybe.
Go ahead. So this is, so then Kimbala also has a quote from the Karmapa Rangjung Dorje, but maybe he can go ahead and explain in English, I think.
Here we have few prominent teachers wrote about this view meditation and the conduct, what they are. And Third Karmapa Rangjung Dorje was contemporary to Longchenpa, and they are also sort of student-teacher relationship. And he wrote in a Mahamudra Aspiration Prayer, which I introduced sometime, and already in the English you can see. He described Hila Drondo Chupatawiding, the confidence of view, or the confidence in view, which is cutting through or clarify the almost like imputation on the he. So here, James is.
Sharing. Good job, James. Thanks.
Okay. Can you read?
Yeah, so the translation here is eliminating superimpositions about the ground is confident view. That was interesting, superimpositions. I was not sure.
I think that these It's usually Tibetan. Now I'm thinking about English. Adjective, when we have a genitive here, then the first word become adjective. Dawa is adjective here.
Dawa or ji? Oh, dawe. I see.
So, but in English, we have confidence as
View, so it
adjective.
becomes a not.
So it's reverse.
The view. So it should be the view of confidence.
I think in is better. Confidence in the
Confidence
view.
in the view.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is confidence in the view. Eliminating superimpositions about the ground is confidence in the view. Guarding non-distraction from that is meditation's essential point. Becoming expert in all types of meditation is conduct supreme. May we gain such confidence in the view, meditation, and conduct.
Tene tat ndere tene temayimba ta chuyin zu wrong ganala ta na pui nindo leb younger na leb sign ta trengamendo tawa kom mi chuba chi de mi driva dro mi salam dru de mi songdo tawa saya te gom de me batang chuba saya chi de me ba tando na soma lo linde ba imba shigura driva drop de me batang salam dru de me ba chuyin zu na le leb saya na tan leb ge na tan da trengamendo kan leb kanine na tende yoros ne chuyin zu wrong na yoros.
So then what follows in the Tibetan here in this outline is then actually what also appears in the Chuyingzo, and Kimbola was saying he's not sure if we've already gotten to this section or not, but in any case, it says, it then kind of negates everything, that there is no actual meditation upon the view, there is no action, or deliberate action in conduct, and there is no actual fruition to be accomplished.
Sorry, it's in here.
Oh, okay.
Page 77 is coming.
Page 77.
Second paragraph.
So given that there is no basis for the view or a specific context for meditation, there is no factor of conduct or fruition to accomplish. Since everything is infinitely uniform and undifferentiated equalness, there is no need for concerted effort. In the absence of any fixed dimension, you are content.
So it's coming. What did you say? Maybe we can go through that later. And then, Jingmelingbe, Rinzin Jingmelingbe, Yene Takbe, Tawe Meng Rong Orik Bikum Jushomnes. Sati maybe Jube Rodon, Ranil, Jure Jimbingo, Lam Janela, Kunjuk me precious. Rinzin Jingmelingba's the prayer of ground path fruition. He says that there's even names for the view because it is primordially pure. Yeah.
Since it is pure from the beginning, there's not even the name of the view. There's not even any such term as view.
Rang Rikbi Gumjushum the term since one or it is recognized by itself wrong. Yeah, that's one. Here.
Thanks, James. Yeah. So by virtue of being primordially pure, it lacks even the name view. By virtue of being aware of its own face, it emerges from the sheath of what is meditatable. By virtue of being without any focal point, it is freedom from the chains of conduct. Residing in the natural womb, it is the state of naked non-referentiality. May there be no straying from the essential points of this of the path.
Yes, those are, I think it's important because we all are practitioners. It's good to know what we are doing and how much we understand and what kind of effort we put on a meditation and what balances we need to take. Now we can go in chapter 9. It's Chuyingzhu is sometimes a little bit difficult to divide these things because there's no clear titles that Longchenpa divide in this way, but some indication of the words that can relate to the meditation and view and meditation and conduct. So here one verb that use la dawa. La dawa is an interesting word in the Tibetan, and also
It's what he translates here in the outline as the decisive experience. Rewa, is that the translation
yes.
of that?
So decisive experience. Re ta dawa say ati rang ke tha chu ba tel ko gorba. Hingo pu ge nelo kari ma zam ji yo rong on sha sha ba mai ba. Rong ge ha ko ba nyam su nywa. Tela dawa se ge dan de dana juriat decisive experience to the jury sare.
So with the when it comes to the view, this is something that one can only realize for oneself. So it can only be directly understood through experience. It can't be, something that comes from outside of oneself. So it has to be realized, it has to be understood directly from within, and then one has to gain one's own experience based on that, and then that becomes the decisive. That is what is meant by decisive experience.
Tene la dawa ta poke la na jertong hibayna tak chubas la dawa se tak chubas se tala. Kogur. Taki kinan de ngazo pula irintom bodan. Tene sa sarbo yorwa. Tene la se de tungona kali yorwa. Irintom yorwa pula.
Oh, yeah.
Kina churong juyore lapchilin do kalendue. La tanya kalendue.
Do.
La da se du la tön se victor no. La tene tön somaina. Tene kale ta tön da robarwa. Tene tela tene ane la da was. Ta yena tön da ngoma ta chu batal kogorwa.
So actually the literal meaning of this word in Tibetan la dawa means to, how do we say this in English, to summit a mountain, or to, there's an actual word we use. It's like to to climb a mountain pass, to reach the summit, to climb over, to reach the mountain pass. Or there's another word that we use in English, and I am not thinking of. But in any way, this is, an apt term, because when you get, like in Tibet, which is filled with mountains, when you reach the summit or the pass, the high mountain pass, everything becomes very clear, and everything becomes visible. And so this is really similar to arriving at this clarity in your own experience that is based on your own experience, that is a direct experience. So like just as when you climb up to the mountain pass and see everything from the top, then the view is fully visible. It all becomes clear. And so this is the same with this term, but of course we have to, maybe not translating it literally, a better translation is decisive experience, to gain decisive experience.
Now we can read chapter 9, which maybe if you can hear that English phonetic would be good. Okay, it's here, everyone. Of course, everyone read Tibetan very well. If you can follow, it's fine. If not, you still can learn. You're still young, so don't worry. And we have many lifetimes, so many lives, so we can do that. Rong yi yong ba chen bu long je lan kan yam shang chup sem je nam zir ne ne de zhe de ju de chung wan chi wi che wa gun song yong bi to rong ge ngo wo ji jia lab ji ji long je je la do do ma do da Chor ma zhe ni me nyan ba je gong ni non ni dab xiu ji bi xia jia dang zhe wei nam ki long nai ni lu na zhe na yong sa xiu ji ju te bi yong zi do ji ning bo yong xie xin do bi nan jur kar wai jin Ting me se non kurvi yon sa chu kun zhu nyam ba chen po ne ba te jun ri zo zhu chen la me re jung Ting jo me yo nyam be tun la te tam chi de chen kan yang chu ku long an chu ku long tu ma zhong ga yang me Chun yin a yin dor ji ning bo ge wa jia lu la ning bo zar zo de jie xie fa do si be lu for ne rig ba ji bo gun dang yin me jin lun zhou sa la jar vi zi sin ne jia ji me ba zhi wan jung wan dang Toba me bar gun lan ju ba na yar me long yon nan jur ju yo de men be te ba gun la me re jon adiri ba don ban ne. I think we can stop here somehow. I'm reading from these texts and it's a little bit different.
Okay, so beginning with within the single expanse. No? Okay, thank you. Within the single expanse, supremely spacious by nature, awakened mind equal to space is pivotal. You focus on the key point and distill it to its vital essence. It
is the greatest of the great,
holy, positive, and spacious mind.
enlightened mind.
In
Its
its
very
very
essence
essence, it
is the
thoroughly shatters the outer confines of reality. Within this single vast expanse, there is no duality of realization versus its lack, of freedom versus its lack, but a supreme state of equalness. A Garuda whose wings have grown within the egg abides in the expanse of the sky. Once it breaks out of the egg, it overwhelms Nagas and crosses directly over abysses. So also a fortunate yogin who has realized the Vajra heart essence, just as it is, the pinnacle of all spiritual approaches, outshines those following lower approaches and crosses directly over the abyss of samsara. The freedom of everything, abiding in a supreme state of equalness, is unacceptable to those involved in cause and effect, effort and achievement. But in the most sublime approach, it makes perfect sense as the ultimate meaning of unwavering equalness. Everything is supreme bliss, equal to space itself, the expanse of the Dharmakaya. There is nothing that is not free within the expanse of Dharmakaya. The true nature of everything is experienced intuitively as the kaya of the Vajra heart essence. The dynamic energy of this heart essence is perfect within the body born of habitual patterns. Once the body of conditioned existence between birth and death is cast off, awareness is experienced as in no way divisible. Once one has gained the empire on the level of spontaneous presence, emanations occur without restriction, and one can engage in every situation without impediment. Such is the domain of a yogin who is effortlessly borne on the wind. While this is unacceptable to anyone involved in lower spiritual approaches, it is shown by the Ati approach to make perfect sense. It is the key point of fruition. Since magical illusion, I don't remember where we
didn't really
stopped.
read that,
We-
yeah.
Yeah.
Then that did tab the incident to Jurdu Tanda. Then a paragraph Sawyer and the Tanda Ndirwala Tane, this Sojorindo Tanda Tibetan Puyik Tsawarang Tola, and the Kaka Yomarwa Tanda Mendo Pecha, fanatic Pecha Tende Yomares.
So it's a little bit different because, here in this text, we have it broken into, or in this publication, we should say, we have it broken into paragraphs, and the Tibetan is also broken into paragraphs, but actually in the original text itself, so for instance, the text we have with the phonetics, it isn't broken into paragraphs, it's just one continuous reading of the Tibetan.
Tani dawa saya te pe mesi ke chambare. Tani she saya te ko ngopu ne churjire. Ha ko ya jire. Da konken te dawi ki ko ya ro. Te indu dawa saya te
Gomkhen Gari?
ha konken te dawa ro. She's te joben ta tam je tan trawa. Yimba tam je ndu mare ko te rongju le te ha ko go ro to ko. Tindu Tawase, the Ronjula Cocker. That your own china, that's all chingy cups, Rick Pass and it's in it. Shagur, Tindu Gab and so Yewas and Sam down Rick P. Yewas and Kunshitang Chuku Yewas, the Yewatan Shagayoro, Ye Goyang, Jim Sandigerisana, Tene. Sam get out the Charles Wayana, Sumzintan Jibi Tawa, Chandra. Sam and David, Rick Vick Tawa, Charles Wayana, Sumzil and David, tawa. Te shindu chuji kugi nelu ngoma te
Rikpa kumta. So sem tawa chana dini zungzin dang den.
je bachago re. Semlin deba rikpi ki tawa te cha songni na tene sungzilin debe tawa chago. Tuen ngoma ta sungzilin debe tawa te chago re. Karisana ngopu nelu te sungzilin deba. Yumelin deba, takchilin deba, druben tatamje tang chawa songdo.
Tare zungzin deba dini.
딱칠린 데바. 근데 주변 다 담지 당차와. 대인들 다 로노 소속에 드네 줄라. 단 땡다 냠뇨 요라 롱 소속에 가수사지 하고 가수사지게 아 롱게 따와도 간den도 대롱 남주. 딱지치네 대통령만 하고도 문도 딱 그래서 대마에 다외기 타야고 좀 맞추베나 금비기 냠뇽태요 냠랜태요 심마시시 약본도고요 말했는데 몇 밤을 못 치송요 시따라 따외 타제바 대시 공동 교비 종송을
Yangcha?
시따라
Jetar.
시따라 치
Je. Oh, chitar.
시달 따위 탁제바 대신 공통 교비 종성 종서는 nourish, maintain, protect. 지금 요새
So,
지속돼.
so the view is what is really most important here, because so again, there's the ground, and then the one who realizes the ground, that which realizes the ground, is the view, and the ground itself is free from all elaboration. And it has to be understood, for oneself, from like within one's own mind stream. And in the context, that's why at first we have these distinctions that are made. For instance, in Dzogchen terminology, we distinguish Rigpa from Sem. So we make this distinction between mind and intrinsic awareness, but in Tibetan the terms are Sem and Rigpa, because or consciousness, or all ground and Dharmakaya, or not consciousness, but alaya, or all ground consciousness and Dharmakaya, and if so, this distinction is important at first, because if there is like an accurate realization of the ground, if the view is a correct view, then everything that follows is kind of correct. So in realizing, but as long as there is not, if we see the view from the perspective of mind, meaning, limited mind, or then there's dualistic grasping there. There's dualistic grasping in our view. So the view has to be recognized, from the awareness that is beyond the mind, that is beyond dualistic fixation or dualistic grasping. Otherwise, it will always be mixed with subject-object fixation. So it has to be beyond even examination. And then, if it's realized, as it actually is, as the ground actually is, free from all elaboration, then everything that follows is like sustains that recognition of the view, all of the practice. Otherwise, one's practice, like meditation and conduct, becomes also bound within dualistic grasping, subject-object fixation. And so, as Mipam Rinpoche says, to the extent, so this is why it's so important to decisively settle on the view, or to definitively have a very definitive experience of the view. So to whatever extent, or to the same extent that one decisively arrives at an understanding of the view, or has a decisive view, then to that same extent, or in the same way, the meditation and the conduct that follows serve to nourish or nurture that view.
Thank you so much. I was thinking I have something to say, but I forget. So maybe not important. So now I think the time is up. So thank you so much, everyone, spending time with us. And if you still have time, we will have more sessions today and tomorrow. So please come back.
Dedication, but kungso di keje tigero aga insana dampo nga kungso nga so mariama kagi topa chipo la tanyimba yini an kungso di radang di yonna digerebe keje tigendo digero. Okay, so just to address the question that I saw in the chat, I just double checked with Kimbola, and he said actually it's okay, we can to share the phonetics here to the group here if you would like that, so we can make it available in the chat box, and we'll also do next session. Just please, he said, because it's copyrighted, just please be careful not to distribute it widely, like to others, like to just share it with everyone.
Yeah, until everyone knows. Keep yourself. If someone scolds you, then just erase English. But Tibetan and the phonetic are okay. It's just, I'm not saying the only English problem, but that's what we are worried about. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we'll read the dedication prayer on page 24 of the prayer book, bottom of the page. By the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drigungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Thank you, Karabuchi. Thank you, everyone. See you 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll do the opening prayers on page 5 of the prayer book, twice in English and once in Tibetan. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of generosity and other good deeds. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Oh no, sorry. We didn't want to do the let's do mandala, I think, right? And we also have to do request for teachings. But okay, so request for teachings, page 16. My apologies. Yeah. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Kandi jimbo go neje sonde kuzon togi ngodo zardo zo. Thank you, everyone. And this afternoon session, so which means should be better than morning session. That's how it works. Because And yeah, here we may not finish through. I guess this is page 77. If you no. I was looking at something. Yeah, page 97. If you have the text, and somehow I collected these verses from here. Yeah, this one. If you look at third paragraph, which is just excerpt in here, but we can go through these. Mainly, I want to say that the Chunyingzo itself, how Chunyingzo treat the view, meditation, conduct, and fruition. Maybe we read together first, middle two paragraphs, kind of.
Tangpo Buyi or NGK Chipo? And just the English? Or
Maybe
also
these two, Tibetan and then English.
Okay.
Yeah. Chuni nya je rong yung yi she de da wa nya je zhu ben ta dan zha gong ba nya je tong yang zhong me ju ba nya je long de ru nian zi me zhi wei nya je bong de nian tang zha de ne rong yung sun zhou gong ba yin no si no jun kor dong nyang de chu so jo gun ju ni do me mo ro yung yi xie xie le ma yo kong xiong xi kong ya xi ya gong ba xi ba xia ta nge ka ngo ma nga rong de na ta wa gong ba jo ba san da xie lam je song ke rob samjidana ngarong chok tring dao chi to do ane tandang ak log ya te ndana yaguna ndo san shaware tene tanda inchi tola ndana chi lo hana te yagu sare san tene logores.
So before, when Kimbola was sort of finding or illustrating the differences and where they kind of cross over in terms of the view, meditation, and conduct, and then ground, path, and fruition. When you were you writing something up yourself?
Yeah.
But not this one, something different?
I have a separate writing about this ground, generally ground, path, fruition, but then Chunyingzo it's also kind of framed by these categories. So I also, some of them I put in here. So somehow I have two, but my writing in Tibetan is not English yet. And you can see it here also. Some are my writings, but most are just quotations from the Chunyingzo.
So he said that he referred to these, in particular, these two verses in the Chunyingzo in terms of, this, or with regard to these designations of ground, path, and fruition, and view, meditation, and conduct. So we can read together these two verses. So on page 97. The unique nature of all phenomena is naturally occurring, timeless awareness. The unique view is freedom from the limitations of elaboration, In the unique meditation, nothing is discarded or adopted, nothing comes or goes. In the unique conduct, there is no duality of acceptance and rejection. The unique fruition is free of the duality of renunciation and attainment. This is the enlightened intent of naturally occurring spontaneous presence. The true nature of all phenomena in their entirety, the universe of appearances and possibilities, whether of samsara or nirvana, is the primordial state. And since it does not stray from naturally occurring timeless awareness itself, understand it to be enlightened intent with everything at rest in the ground of being.
되게 독신게 따와도 kumbachuba sayade rob tambi imba songdo tindu jima tisola zamno tonya yore tomato datene ngazotene rotop samaretene leukubano yanroeris.
So this is just for you to refer to, especially when contemplating with regard to ground path and fruition, view, meditation, and conduct. So you can refer to these two verses here. But right now we still have, more to cover in the 9th chapter. So we can go back to where we left off.
Zo de karlam dusan tawa nyak ji rongjung yi shi de song do da nga zo tan da tawa shi ge ro di dun ji tong gun yo so gong da
Yeah, okay.
de ji klam na sa ma re chu ni nya ji rongjung yi shi se ate
Dunchu dungu rebe. Tata ngato lo. So they gupchu gundu. Yeah, okay.
chu ni nya ji rongjung yi gong da chu ni nya ji rongjung yi shi de se ate shi le ko gun do da shi se ate chu ni nyak ji nyang ma ji se na tele ma to xian me ba de ji gu re se bi chen ro de yo rongjung gi yi shi re so 대인도 다 텔레 땅캔 게 샘되게 간데 따고 그러시나 따와냐오지 조빈 다 탐시다 잘봐 잘빙앙네 따고 그래서 대신도 공부하셔야 다 따와 텔 준종대 공고가 인도 공부냐고 약지 대용 파라 땅야다 소리샤야 선나 땅야 롱선 나다 롱도 동야 돼서 담기때 매바지 살도 소바당 요바지 그 토를 타동 야 치로 망로 야로 동야 다 텐데 매바 너나 동양 롱도 매비 공바지 거고요레스 또 조바 냥지 랑도르 샤르메스 랑도르 랩송마이나 되네 저와당 기바 랑야도 도리아닌도 신소나 닌진다 제바 인누 런던 맵 줘봐도 런던 맵 알아서 리브 냐제 방토 맵아서다 뭐마 휴마 리브 세아테 당번에 예 누만이 접대와 인도 주진 그 살도 접고 말에 스테인도 소친 글로슬라 줄레 마중 비상지스 줄레 또 먹어봐 랑 상지 다 된데 그래서 robs 쉬는 거.
So sorry, going back again to these two paragraphs on page 97. So when we say the unique nature of phenomena is naturally occurring timeless awareness. So this is the ground. This is establishing the ground, the single point of the ground. Like it is the only, and here in Nyakchik, the unique, I think it says, it's translated here as the unique nature. So,
maybe not only unique, it's more sort of singularity.
It means the single point,
Yeah,
kind of.
exactly.
Meaning that there isn't, so what he said is that there isn't anything else. Like there isn't anything outside of us, outside of this. It's just, that the single point of phenomena, or the single nature that it is the naturally occurring timeless awareness. And the unique view is freedom from limitations of elaboration. So again, when the limited mind is transcended and one abides within the recognition of this timeless awareness that is completely free of all elaboration, that is the view. And then the unique meditation is the meditation upon that view, where nothing is discarded and nothing is adopted. Nothing comes and nothing goes. So it is beyond accepting and rejecting, beyond coming and going. And the unique fruition is free of the duality of renunciation and attainment. So since it is primordially accomplished, the fruition is already primordially present, there isn't anything to be discarded, there's nothing to be renounced, and there's nothing to be attained. And then it says, this is the enlightened intent of naturally occurring spontaneous presence. So this is the fruition itself, which is primordially accomplished, and so it actually transcends causes and conditions, or cause and effect. And this is also then what is referred to as the Buddha, or Buddhahood, the accomplishment of Buddhahood without a cause, or not, that it is not arisen from or accomplished from a cause. So also, if we have some questions right now, then we can also have some time for discussion or question and answer. Oh.
Kempala, the question is, they talk about wholly positive. Can you discuss what that means, why they did not say pure or all good or something else other than wholly positive?
Yes. Kundu Sangbo said, the Juliet, Pokela Kundu said, Namba Kundu said, Kadu Yina said, the two down Namba Kundu said, Rangacha Pokela Namju, Junji Meba Sangbore said, Pokela Sangbo said, in the positive said, there's such.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's not quite. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sangbo said to be Yabo positive Jibo Mayin Barwa. Tell the Dan, Shanda Junior to all good sing do. You know, all good say thing, there's such. Sorrow Mendo. You know, Chu Shinkan yin, then Ju Yunkan yin. Samadha Bhadras, the Sanskrit, the Japan and the Temena, Kundu Sangbo Sena, the Chip Tajik Mandrik, but the Yajimarwa. Yena, that is so can't dedicate Namato Tajik Himahi Hinchit and Jorgona. This Kalio Samara, you said it in a Carson, Junior Mambo Jegi. That the dinner Yamato, to mix it under Yosamaro.
So Kuntu Zangbo is what is, the Tibetan for holy what is translated here as holy positive. So first of all, Kuntu has kind of two meanings. There, like sometimes that can be elongated into Nampa Kuntu, and it has kind of both the meanings of time, like temporal, and aspects, right? At Nampa, like aspects.
두당 남바 군투스로.
Yeah. So like all, kun means all. So it's like at all times and in all ways.
Aspect. Yeah.
Or at all times and in all aspects. So it has this meaning of, in the first part of the term, which means like in an ongoing way or in, continuously Zangpo, which is good or positive, sometimes translated as pure. So, but actually this term Zangpo is actually kind of difficult to translate into English, because usually we translate it as positive, or we might translate it as good. Some people actually do translate Kuntu Zangpo as all good. But it's not just positive, and it's not just good. It's a much more kind of robust term in Tibetan than it is in English. So it is kind of tricky to accurately translate. But the Sanskrit is Samantabhadra. So that's what we're saying. Actually, the word in Tibetan that we're saying when we say holy positive is the Tibetan form of Samantabhadra, which is, all holy positive or all good, or, yeah, you mentioned pure, but the nidhi, is that what you were kind of getting at? Or, yeah.
And Pagba Sambu Jubi Malamji Jarbo Sambu Juba Sengdo. Excellent conduct, Mare.
Yeah.
Sambo said excellent Lakogor, Yagbol Kogor. Neta Mambol Kosando, Dona Tilly Yaga Mevachil Kogor.
And then there's like another way that is translated, for instance, in the King of Aspiration prayer, the prayer for noble or excellent conduct, the same word zangbo is what is translated there. And so it can't, in that case, it's translated as excellent, like supreme, superior, excellent. It does have the meaning of there's nothing better than or more, kind of beyond that. It's like the highest good.
Mm-hmm. Any other? Mm-hmm. Okay.
To decisively settle the view, don't we need a process of analysis which is based on logic and reasoning? If there are paradoxes that we can only accept on faith, how then can we settle the view decisively? This is not a theoretical question for me. This is where I am stuck in trying to settle the view from the Dzogchen perspective.
Kintoni.
다 갈리카히트 테레 가라서나 당보 힛 따위 때는 맵서리 힛도 들려본다 와 힛 따위기 때는 맵고 그래서 다 따와서도 희그네로 희심바 똑바틀 거고요 다트 똑바르 희발라 롱동르 베고네 때는 밤나 드거 롱다 리파세데 ngazo lo ninang da jibi ngola long da rigba go yori ti long tong rigbi ngazo gi lamten chi gora da lamten sna ha go de long tong rigbi gi na chi ne sene ha tunda ha go yu se gora ta ha go ba de ngazo 소소지와 세나다 소소지와 마이나 제통 인진데 니나도 지비기 강사 제기 되네 롱더 리바세야데 촌통 그모라 디기 드롭토비아제 단테 텔레 이치기 치사 요바직 쯔거 여러 말에 이나야 롱더 리바세야데 남바 건도 되네 lo nyi zeng to charvik ngola tadong long do rikpa kogo resina, de kogo mare. Ina kachong ngoma shuba no yi, lo nyi nang to jibi ngola, tene tanda ji gom seng to ji ba che se de long do rikpi ko ne, chu tam chi ki ne lo droba, te ome ki rikpa ina re, seme rikpa ina re, tene ko ne rikpi ko ne, chu droba te, ti ki rong la yi che che go re. Yina da rong yi che deva te tsam jin rig yo mar ko chu nam ji ne lu te ten tun go go wa. Te yin du chu nam ji ne lu te lo len deva re se du. Da rong lo gi sha we gi zam chor ji re ma to lo len deva chak me du. Ten tar do da yin ji me ni te len de go. Da te len de ber he bala Togden la Michela, Konale Tab Shenten Bamon Bashiberchi, Suzu. Tartuk to Lolin de Gogorwa, Tawat. Taten de do London Rigvalin de Gogorwa. Taten de ne logatum, Mat Dogor Shibala, Soksal Tribatak Vilagi, Togden la Michela, Konale Tab Shenten Bamon Bashiberchi, Suzu. Tenet, that London Rigvan Rosa Mena. Tene 가르쳐야 돼. 다 조사 제바총 라미션 합라다네 마도 tene 현다 답시 현다 메레 롱르 빠다네 페추 메와데 버스나 참 말이 이나 롱노르 빠세야 될고 세계당 될라 인질로 소리 아셔레 limits 로
So first we have to develop, decisively settle the view by understanding the ground. So the view being, the understanding or realization of the ground. And it isn't that this can't be, because as he mentioned before, there are two aspects of understanding, right? So there is kind of the need to understand first through scripture and reasoning or through logic. So that's kind of how you begin to understand or to decisively settle based on scripture and logic or reasoning. So it's like with scripture and reasoning leading the way. Then you start to understand, right, the meaning this way. And because for an ordinary being, to really have like definitive realization, like first what is accessible to ordinary beings is the understanding that is conceptual. So through scripture and reasoning, then we have something to put our trust in. There's a foundation for the faith or the trust that is based on scripture and reasoning. But we can't just always remain stuck there, because then we won't become free of that dualistic grasping. And so there's also the meditation that is also connected with this sort of conceptual, the analytical meditations, the conceptual meditations, that also are applied, for instance, in the context of Madhyamaka or pranayama or pramana, valid cognition, and so, the mind has to eventually go beyond this analytical understanding or meditation. It has, if you don't transcend kind of what is established intellectually or through the intellect, through the limited mind, then it really actually only ends up becoming like opinions, or ideas that one has sort of faith in, that isn't actually the real thing. So ultimately you have to transcend that mind of fabrication. And in order to realize, to transcend and really realize, the method for that, as has now been quoted many times, the ultimate meaning can only be realized directly or discovered through the gathering of the accumulations and purifying obscurations as one. So purifying obscurations and gathering accumulations, and through relying upon the blessings of a qualified teacher. Apart from that, there isn't any other method. So this isn't to say that we don't need to also apply, or to examine or study, through scripture and reasoning, but it means that, it has its limits. It can't take us all the way there.
Tene dan dor denan tosam kumsom se je kene chi ko tosam kumsom se tangbo toba tene tobe ki chek la zhong dao ji se tene chek nang la ka re lam do te so tsoma ha ko ba chi tene zambe ki ko ne tön da ta ka re do sam se du lo nin zi ta ji be sam ge ro ma so lo nin zi char so ma na sam ko ma ro sam ba tene gom se gombe kapsu tene tawa shishi 똑같은 junjong gombatal gombasa te indu tawi shishi 똑같을 gombasa gorwa te indu gombasa tene tama shagoya ta 당본 토바 tene pardo gomba tama no mare 당보 토바 pardo samba tama gombala tene sherab number somse tobi sherab zambi sherab gombe sherab 그 넘버 좀을 때네 때네 이거 그래 저통시 바에는 토비게 책을 정도지스 잠베 턴을 정도지스 건베다 무슨도 또 걸어 어떤 얘기지 그래서 인도 도상금 좀 야마터 받치고 그래서는 좀야다 전다 그래서
And we have, furthermore, when we practice the Dharma, we do so through, these three activities of study or hearing or listening, meditation, and contemplation. So first we study or we listen to the teachings by familiarizing ourselves with what is actually taught, with the words. So we listen to the words, we receive the words, we study the words, and then contemplation is reflecting on the meaning of the words. So then we turn what we have learned over in our mind in such a way that the meaning, that there arises a feeling of a deeper understanding of the meaning. But this is still done, from the mind of dualistic grasping. If, without dualistic grasping, then actually there isn't a basis for contemplation. So contemplation is still occurring within the realm of duality, dualistic fixation. But then with meditation, the real meaning of meditation is realizing, having the view that accords with the actual ground, so accurately realizing or understanding the ground directly, through the view. And there is, a progression. These occur in progressive order. So in the beginning, there is study. In the middle, there is contemplation. And then finally, or ultimately, there is meditation. And these also correspond with the three types of wisdom. So there's the wisdom of hearing, or the wisdom based on study, the wisdom based on contemplation, and wisdom based on meditation. So generally, they're the words that we hear, and then the meaning which is contemplated, and then the meditation is really referring to direct realization. And then ultimately, these three are practiced as an indivisibility, so they're actually not separate from one another.
Maybe third karma by Rangjung Dorji's Mahamudra aspiration prayer. There's 4 lines that involve with specifically these lines. Lungrik to be mihi deblitors.
Lungrik.
Maybe someone can pull out that line.
Perfect.
Lungrik to be mihi deblitor. Mena sambe tetsun mena jum. Gomjung wuji neluk shishin sar sherab somji nawa jibr hyo. So, be misib nyembo tangtani tuen sabo re tangbo longdong rigba jango go re. Yina tene tel mena le tene samno tangre mato longdong rigba jibgo le par go ying song yina tene tong tok dong mata samno tong shi marwa. Tende tama gombyung wu ji sonda gom jabi wu sena nga zo tanda luminous or clear light la tene nelu shishimata sarwo musong to togo gore son tamato tuba tamjel tena rigomar gombala ten sambati bol tena rigomar kavganga tus Jurdu Jersey Lana Sodimata listening, ponderings, Jurdua, ponderings and Halamana, wandering Doro, some not on Rodeo.
So pondering yapore samgiwe.
But the pondering said the jury on it and a concept in Bahako, I say.
Oh, yeah. He just mentioned in this prayer from Karmapa, Rangjung Dorje, right?
Yes, third karma.
The third Karmapa. It's so the verse is listening to scriptures and reasonings frees us from the obscurations of ignorance. Reflecting, so this is first referring to this first type of this, the first action, which is study or listening, through also, with respect to the study that is based on scripture and reasoning. So this frees us from the obscurations of ignorance, but then reflecting on the key instructions vanquishes the darkness of doubt. So we can't just leave it at listening or studying. There has to then be the contemplation or reflecting on essentially the pith instructions. So we have to think about the pith instructions in such a way that's like contemplating. But then ultimately, it is meditation's light that illuminates the true nature just as it is. May the brilliance of the 3 kinds of wisdom increase. So it is, to have the direct understanding that arises from meditation is what is crucial here. That is what it enables one to transcend the limited mind of the intellect or dualistic grasping. And so listening and pondering listening and contemplating fall into the realm of concepts, whereas meditation transcends the realm of concepts, or the realm of the conceptual. And so he mentioned in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, one of the translations that is used is pondering. So that with pondering, perhaps even more than contemplation, you can see how it really is a process that is a conceptual one.
The next question on page 67. Once the body of conditioned existence between birth and death is cast off, awareness is experienced as oneness, in no way divisible. Does this refer to casting off all grasping at the body?
Where is that? Okay, I'm sorry, can I just see it in the, is it above the first one you read?
No, it's
Lincoln?
below. It's the next question after what we just talked about.
So what term is translated as enlightenment?
No.
then? No.
It's right above that.
Oh. Oh, okay, it's the second part of the same question?
Well, yeah, this is actually the first, the higher ones are earlier questions.
Oh, okay.
Mainly, we talk about the Pardos. Everyone know Pardo. Should know that we are sooner or later going that nice, a lonely place, and maybe friends are not there. We don't know. The good thing is death has something good. Our body is quite heavy. We know it gives a lot of headaches, and if we have only a mind, maybe much lighter than with body. In a Pardo, somehow, good thing is that this load of body, at least a period of time, we can just don't care. It's maybe burn or give to the birds or doesn't really matter. And there, the mind has much more freedom, and these period of state, then a mind becomes sort of naked, and that easy to control one's own mind. And also, if we recognize now we don't have mind, no body, so mind can liberate in a part of much easier than right now. So this pointing out that part of that. Pakcha lu la nyingbu tsar tsode, jeshi farto CB4 lu forn, rikpa jibu kundang yamel, sundup salu jarvis isin. So this is talking about the 66. Mm-hmm. Once the body of condition existence between birth and death
is cast off, awareness is experienced as a oneness,
mm-hmm.
in no way divisible. Once one has gained the empire on the level of spontaneous presence, mm-hmm. emanations occur without restriction.
Yeah. Tene da dzogchen jikab la da sangji se ya de pardo la songji songwa yina tene da jalu po chembukus yoro jalu te xing ne tene chorka du simchen ge tön la nongona nong chok chok parka du chuji ko la du gona du chok chok tende ge ta rawang chembo yore so.
So this in this Dzogchen framework, then there is eventually the attainment of the rainbow body. So once rainbow body is achieved, then this enlightened activity for the benefit of beings, by sending out whatever emanations, is completely unimpeded. So whenever there is there's the spontaneous ability to manifest and also to withdraw those appearances into Dharmakaya as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's it, yeah.
There are more questions, or you can do the text, whichever you like.
Yeah, maybe wait a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, now I think we finish until 61, is that true? Where?
I think after that, right?
56. Oh, 63. Oh, no, sorry. It's chapter 8. 67, I think we finished 67. Okay.
So,
인사.
tukchure ku gola gotsuya irwe.
인사로. Okay. 68, and start with English, page 69, since if we try to read that with phonetic, maybe not.
Okay, so just a moment, we'll get the phonetics up.
Mm-hmm.
Chime, beginning with Kime, Chime, which is Shuddha.
Next one, maybe next
The
page.
next
Oh. Since the magical illusion of origination occurred, that part.
Well, in the book, it's page 69.
Okay. Here.
But,
Yeah, there. Yes, okay. Now we have. At the middle of the first page, say, Jiemi, Jiewe Chuntrun Yungwala. We start from
yeah.
there.
So it's the second, so on the second line, there's like one line of Tibetan that is Ati Rigpa, but yeah, you've got it, it's Chime.
And where we stop is usually based on these texts, and page by page it seems manageable, so we don't know where it will stop, but don't worry. It's many similars, sorry. Jimmy Jewe Chuntrun Jungla Juntin Seman Zemban Truvelo Adiju Jimmy Bradambane Omanam La Merigene Sanji Simjan Gongju Yermela Ankornde Ninsu Zemban Truvelo Adini me baradambane, omanam la merigene. Todomado me batrwala, donetrwarando panyambera. Atinyani jigdo dambate, omanam la merigene. Sonye tabje chibra maten bare chumito bare mendulumbulo adito dan yirmi dembade omanam la merigene zochen dar tinta me balam tukpa me je zervalumbulo Adime me chichu dembade omanam la merigene. So here, di nalata adzokken ke chichu te tengdo te demba indu ta tangbo junri gichu se don senyi tikbikapse jun senyi tikba sene mam. Le junrik or shepin trawa shin. Tene 단다 뇽무 봤어야 빵야 임바다 아 이시세야 드비야 임바 코르바세야 또 보임바다 냥엘인데 봤어야 랑샤 임바 단도나 아 랑도르 봉년 아 유비게 코르바세 토리아 아
Oh, yeah, we are, but he's in the middle of...
Oh, sorry. See?
Should we do the English first?
Yes. Samsara is it's quite interesting place.
So, where did Samjasa Gapardo? The Ati movement.
말에 기본도 어떻게 빠졌어?
Since the magical illusion of origination occurs within what has no origin, it is the ordinary confused mind that characterizes things as involving causality, what the Ati approach reveals as the absence of causes or conditions makes eminently perfect sense, although it is unacceptable in the lower approaches. The intent and conduct of Buddhas and ordinary beings are not separate. So it is the ordinary confused mind that holds samsara and nirvana to be a duality. What the Ati approach reveals as non-dual makes eminently perfect sense, although it is not unacceptable in the lower approaches, given the freedom in which it is irrelevant whether or not one has realization. To believe that freedom comes about through realization is the enemy of equalness. What the Ati approach reveals as a single state of equalness makes eminently perfect sense, although it is unacceptable in the lower approaches. To hold that one cannot realize the inexpressible without relying on specific means to characterize it is a fool's attitude. What the Ati approach reveals as inseparability from the ultimate makes eminently perfect sense, although it is unacceptable in the lower approaches. Although great perfection is timeless and infinite, without fixed depth or extent, to claim that it is unfathomable is a fool's attitude. What the Ati approach reveals as a boundless, unique state makes eminently perfect sense, although it is unacceptable in the lower approaches.
당부 윤린 세만 짐바 오세야 논지생이 되게 앞서 되네 단도 윤리기추 조체 시고요와 대인도 대달은 세만 송송와이나 되는 트루빌 로차고요레스다 아디 조킹게 앞서 윤리는 대비추지 시고요도 대 워마세나 대바 워마 남지 대 대바 워마 남라 대 릭마 메렉바레 송도 텔라 I think English is more not suitable. These rigs.
So instead of unacceptable, not suitable.
Yeah. Unacceptable is an interesting thing. Maybe they accept it. They could, I don't know. Unacceptable. Suitable seems better for me.
So here, first of all, so what he also started to say before we read the English is that, this distinction is being made with regard to the lower vehicles, and that, from the perspective of the lower vehicles or Sutrayana, the emphasis is on karma cause and effect or causality. And there is the approach of the afflictive emotions are to be abandoned, and primordial awareness is to be accomplished or sought after, and samsara is to be destroyed, nirvana is to be, or samsara is to be overcome or transcendent, nirvana is to be achieved. But here, from the perspective of the Ati approach, because it reveals the absence of causes and condition, then these this adherence to causality is based on confusion, or it is actually a product of ignorance. And so since it completely transcends the realm of causality or karma, cause and effect, that this is really actually the way that it is, yet it is not suitable, that is not suitable for the lower approaches.
대신 렘베 측시를 신도 준레도 송와이나 노르와임바 콘데니 진진 송와이나 트르로임바 당 거바사야 더 방야 냥년데 바사야 더 랑야 텐드기 삼노 동바이나 테네 만족 바임바 대신도 또네 트르주와 담마토나 머저와 임바 텐데 삼노 동 송와이나 테네 다 드나도 다 남주이나 또네 따와또 주르로 그랬어 다 주르두지 성지지 차야요와 시거라트 근데 얘 도만에 저대와 있는데 또좀 마토저로 얘 도만에 저대와 있는데 또네 저런도 바테니는 전에 마롱바다 자다 그래서 대신도 전에 나도르지 특비가 없어 송이 탑담담만 못한저 티노네 전에 적견다 작견도 소이나 탑 송이 탑을 때네 전에 사버터 다 왕트리가 없어 정말 탑으로 되는데 탑을 때네 마토 머저번도 바테 전에 용 너와레서 되는데 tabla matan jumi ji tönten ji tok mare se te nervare so ta tende indu to so tam che dona junde kornde
데 차창 로 임베 가이츠네 타 올라요 사라와
do tap sumbatrendo hivatrendo
제바 so 니바당
sumba hiva
so 제자요 사라와
hiva
오케이
다 당보 님바든 korn데레도
니바
sumba데 똑같은 마토 버렌도 hiva데 tabletten.
So then the second paragraph here is with regard to the duality of samsara and nirvana. So as it says, the intent and conduct of the Buddhas and ordinary beings are not separate. So it is the ordinary confused mind that holds samsara and nirvana to be a duality. And so the idea that so ordinarily, from just as this the approach of causality is ultimately mistaken, the approach that is apprehending, the concept of samsara, the duality of samsara and nirvana. Samsara is to be abandoned, nirvana is to be actualized or accomplished. One is to be liberated and attaining nirvana. This is a duality, and so because it is the Ati approach that then reveals or shows that actually the truth is that of non-duality, but that such an approach is unacceptable, or as Kimbo said, maybe it's better to say not suitable in the lower approaches. And then the third paragraph here is dealing with realization and delusion, or realizing and not realizing. So as it says, given the freedom in which it is irrelevant whether or not one has realization, to believe that freedom comes about through realization is the enemy of equalness. And so on the one hand, it is a matter of, realizing or not realizing. So not realizing there is delusion, and realizing there is realization, or enlightenment. But actually, from the perspective of Dzogchen, realization has been there primordially. There's the primordial realization. And so this transcends, realizing the two of realizing and not realizing, or not realizing and then being liberated, or it is, so it's beyond that duality, and yet it is, such a view would be not suitable for the lower approaches. And then the fourth verse here is dealing with methods. So, Rewa Tap Dang, Karisungin?
단단가 왕 나기 값 왕도 정말 탑려와 다 왕당 탑라 마템바 규마면 비트 규미지 되는데 또 말해서 мет어서 된데 라고요 그랬어. 근데 삼캔데 국바래서
So this fourth one then is dealing with, or the idea of methods, that it's only through methods that progress or realization can occur. So to hold that one cannot realize the inexpressible without relying on specific means or methods to characterize it is a fool's attitude. So methods in this case being, for instance, like the methods of Tantra or secret mantra through empowerment and so forth, that it is only through these methods that the inexpressible can be realized. Here it says is a fool's attitude. What the Ati approach reveals is inseparability from the ultimate makes eminently perfect sense, although it is unacceptable or not suitable for the lower approaches.
근데 단 타만들 족chen 여들 등탐해 봐도 도바 미지서를 lumbulos. 근데 다 족버chen 보세요. 등타 차버리 세용도 근데 용 현다게 삼나라. 다 자는 다 독지메 진사를 삼네. 도바메 mendox에 대 고비게 잘해서.
So dilla gare di penaj di gangla ta yena di gare de.
들어.
Rede hako song yene yang dor dupa.
dordu바테. 족첸세야테 띵타요 말해서 띵타 매봐서는 가래. 다 띵타 매봐이나 다 매봐로. 다 매봐이나 다 독이야요 말와. 다 대매온도 다 독이요 말해서 매치서 라고요 그래서 단도나 하나 직팔 자이 차네 성지에서야테 랩지야요 말해서 그다 매봐인도. 다 텐데 삼캔테 용 고비게 잘했어.
So then this next paragraph is sort of dealing with concepts of, like superficial and superficial reality and depth. So although the great perfection is timeless and infinite without depth or extent, so actually there is no depth or extent, and to claim that it is unfathomable, that it is a fool's attitude. What the Ati approach reveals as a boundless, unique state makes infinitely perfect sense, although it is unacceptable in the lower approaches. Datung yapoko yomare samgendo parang.
I think the English translation itself, its use already contrasts the word although. Seems in the Tibet we don't really have although seems here. It's just saying that great perfection is so primordially pervasive without the deep and edges or limits, yeah? When we think that if there is no limit, then how I can achieve Buddhahood? So then...
Because achieving Buddhahood suggests that there is a limit.
You need to reach to the limit, yeah? Because attain Buddhahood, or you reach to the Buddhahood. If not, and then these who claims that there's no limits, so we will never reach that limit because there's no limit. Longchenpa saying that's just a stupid idea. So his answer is, although is I think misleading here.
Although it is unacceptable in lower
Sense, almost like sense, the great perfections, timeless and Jumsen tiletene, tukpa yomare segoris, tukpa mesena, that's songjine, sonji gisala, topnroyag, tungroyag tutuyoman, tutuleg maris kansena, tayo marwase.
So it's more like, since there is no limit, there is no state of Buddhahood to reach.
Yeah. Yeah. Logic is not good, logic is always logic is but then adi mimi chikchu demba chikchu sena ko wrong sim meluk tlago mato ta yo me ti jing tan chu tomi ti ke tlago marwa tene adi mimi chikchu demba mimi sena ta yo man ta meva te yon tale de songi ke tlago marse ko chikchu se du and
Chikchu.
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 Chikchu, the chikchu naore. The wrong sem ginelo te hako songena, tanan ta chu, tanan ta lep tarwares, te penji ta mevaje sune, ta anye ta ko mares.
Chikchu kapardo te nangado e.
Do. De.
Oh. Ha shodang ndokju re.
Chukjurepji. Tamat. Chikchu sno. Mami chikchus.
Ha chikchu. So that's again that unique, yeah. Ati. So it says what the Ati approach reveals as a boundless, unique state. So what is kind of translated seems as the unique state is really sort of literally means like cutting to that single thing, right? Is that Chikchu?
Chu has many meanings. Chikchu and sometimes conceptually understanding is also can use as chud. Sometimes we can cross globe or here to New York, reach there 사람 직추 말해. 사람 직추서는 갈라 그래. 사다 람 탐지 뒤직라.
Oh, so we
Chuchundu.
can cross or kind of like
Yeah.
go through. So, for instance, when speaking of quickly going through the paths and
Almost like
bhumis,
shortcut.
it's like in one shot, or maybe a shortcut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Going through the paths and bhumis in one shot.
So the Adi teaches these edgeless or limitless cross almost one step. Chukchu.
So, like the unfathomable is crossed through with one step, or crossed over in
Yeah.
one step. That's kind of tricky, but so.
What our genius translates here.
What the Ati approach reveals as a boundless, unique state, I think that's what that is, right? The Ati Mume Chikchu Timbate.
That seems really bad.
That's why I feel confused. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he translated boundless, but he didn't translate chikchu.
I think Chikchu is unique state.
No, unique is miraculously innate.
You're right, but Ati Mume.
No, the
Chikchu.
next page.
Oh, really? Oh,
Need.
okay,
Need is unique.
Yes, okay. So I think the reason why actually, so one word here is not translated, which is important, this one word, because they're kind of a contradiction, like it's boundless, and yet it is, I'm still not sure how to translate Chikchu, but he explained it as being like crossing an expanse with one step.
Yeah, almost like instant.
Instantaneous. So it is without limit, and therefore is.
Here also English speaker readers, does this make sense to you? The last paragraph? What does that really mean? Can you tell? Or what it says? It's contrast something, yeah? There's Dzogchen teaching, and then people, based on that Dzogchen teaching, people make assumption. That assumption is wrong. So then Adi gives the solution. This solution is this instantly crossing the limitless
Expanse.
expanse. That is only teaches in Adi, that is unique teaching. No, I want to hear reading from here to what it says. He's supposedly write in English, yeah? Think about that. That seems the crucial word is missing here. Unique.
But the rest of it, I think, does make sense, because it's saying that even though it is infinite and without fixed depth or extent, to say that it's unfathomable, like it can't be understood, is what unfathomable means, is a fool's attitude, because what Ati reveals is that the boundless can be cross through or two over two in a single step.
What is all those doing here?
Although the first one,
There's no contradiction. It's more based on that.
because
Yeah.
it's more like because.
Yeah.
Okay, well then that.
Okay, we perfectly understand this.
Maybe yang char chi ingji ke lating ma chi tesa yang char da shi.
It's the concept. Of course, we have wonderful concepts. That beautiful concept that we can put here as much as like ever positive. The Dzogchen itself presents that Dzogchen, which is we call great perfection. What they call is primordially pervasive, means we call awakened mind. Or Rigpa doesn't matter. And that doesn't have any depth or limits. It's pervasive and it's limitless. Based on that teaching, people assert that if that's the case, then we will never reach the limits, which means we will never realize and we will never attain Buddhahood. And then Longchenpa is saying, that's a stupid idea. And he is saying, however, the Adi gives this teaching that itself can cross instantly this limitless expanse. So that is not suitable for the minds of lower vehicle. That's better? Or nothing happened there?
I think then my question is, what is it that's not suitable for the lower approaches? Is it the understanding that it can be instantaneously realized? Does it need to be seen as unfathomable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All these lines are same. These teachings are not suitable for. The Adi teachings are not suitable for the lower vehicle. Okay. We read one more page and then have a coffee or tea and then we will come back. Okay? Tigle je la junsen ko do ben re do ju den ka la nya yang so che no kan nyam jerwe to pon to me de tigle je ge lo ye ne to lo do do ma to me nan jung kan nyam ja do lam de Yesong ji bi rigba yurminde korwa men jang tur ye gun linde soyong man tur vi ne me de tam ji jun yin long sar je ge ngong ra je ri men kanyam yong ba ni ye ba plan do korwa do ne tha Churvara menjo nyangende mela menjo longchen kundi yumanyo and the la ponto redo me mehin duni janjo shilong yong ba che tamji men zam tong lan tong junde Chordon men kundi la do be soyon ma tsoro jujur ma yi.
Okay, So then, on page 71, or if, with the usual order of things. The usual order of things is reversed within the single sphere of being, and so hope and fear concerning the fruition are cut through, a state equal to space. So vast, so supreme, the enlightened mind of victorious ones is equal to space. There is no renunciation or attainment. The expanse of the single sphere. This is timeless freedom. It is irrelevant whether or not one has realization. Isn't this, we already read this, I thought, okay. It is irrelevant whether or not one has realization, I'm sorry. A yogin is content on the path equal to space with nothing needing to be done. This timelessly awakened awareness that entails no object does not wander in samsara, for it is beyond all basis for confusion. No one at all is confused, for there is no context for confusion. Everything lies within the scope of the basic space of phenomena, a single lucid expanse. With no time frame, this spaciousness is equal to space itself. Samsara is primordially pure, a timeless and spontaneously present state of utter relaxation. One does not enter a state of freedom or attain nirvana. The unchanging vast expanse, samsara and nirvana, have never known existence. Here there is no frame of reference for renunciation or attainment, hope or fear, but rather a supremely spacious expanse that is the primordially enlightened ground of being. All things are mere labels, for in actuality they are beyond characterization or expression. Having decisively experienced that samsara is not confusion and nirvana is not freedom, let no one make any effort, let no one try to meddle with this or alter this.
If one question, then we have tea break.
After one question, so
After
not
one
one question.
Yeah, good one. Every question is good.
Sure, there's many now.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it the case that Buddha Shakyamuni attained liberation solely through reliance upon shamatha vipassana? Was this the shamatha vipassana of the lower yanas, or was this Dzogchen shamatha vipassana? If it is the former, wouldn't this mean that the higher yanas are supplementary but not a requirement for unsurpassed perfect complete enlightenment?
Yeah. Buddha Shakyamuni, of course, when we talk about these vehicle levels of yanas, nayanas, then tikva rinpa gushi vikapsa, tikva womi ki tagum chusum hiyong vikapsa, sonji jumdende gi tanda nyamlen nangni shine da langdong kumyataso 콩 특바 원메 록 신이 시고 특바 원메 시바다도 코노서 시고로 대신도 특바 고마 단다 특바 첨부값 시용도 성지 좀 된데 있어야 돼 깔바 처음에 몽봉으로 지는 성지 차바 성지지 나초라 람템베 키도 마르페바레 마도 성지의 성지 고고 말이 지차바레스는 특바 첨부기 숑당 된데 너나 teyorwa. Tene nga yar nga chi tene tanda dzogchen, chakchen dzogchen lep songay na sanji se sanji jumden de tanda shakchen mune se nga tsuki tomba te yong 오늘 송지 송아 내가 초르대네 가서 람템비치 저 배병을 해마도 근데 요 마레스테인다 적힌 글로리나 특바와 마탐지 야 적힌 또야 키도 레이스 스마토 인지 미니 적힌 또발라 특바와 마 고그레 세비오 말이야.
So dini gongta dini Sanjay they take by chimbo ge tawala yang nguma Sanjay tsariyore yang zebatin le tenyorwa.
땐약 키진데 배버리스.
Tila pepare dini yene yang nga tang chik barewa dini nga
Really?
dini nguma Sanjay
Yes,
tsariyam
really.
laso. Dini yang so take by the zokchen ki tawala.
적힌 따와라 특바른 받고 누요레스. 얘나 인지 미니 적힌 따와 똑야라 특바 오마트서 고요세 라고요 말와. 산도나 손지 좀 된데 손지 차로레스.
So the view of what the Buddha's awakening is and how he awakened actually varies according to the different vehicles or the different kind of levels of the vehicle. So for instance, as you know, in the context of the 9 vehicles, so first in the 2 lower vehicles, then you have that view that the Buddha, reached the state of complete awakening through mainly the methods of, or the progression of, through meditation, through the progressive levels of calm abiding or shamatha and vipassana or insight. But then from the perspective of, so that's Shravaka and Pratyeka Buddha, and then Mahayana, so these are all still the first three vehicles. In the Mahayana view, the Buddha accumulated merit or engaged in bodhisattva activity, purifying the obscurations, gathering the accumulations for 3 countless eons or kalpas, and took many, many births as a bodhisattva, and actually reached the state of awakening prior to his birth as the Buddha Gautama, but he manifested or took birth as the Buddha and manifested the 12 deeds, and in order to benefit beings, in order to demonstrate the path to awakening. And then when you get into the higher vehicles, the 3 vehicles of Tantra, and then the final 3, including the views of Dzogchen and Mahamudra, it is similar in that the view is that Shakyamuni Buddha, our Buddha, was already a perfected Buddha, a completely enlightened being. So he was already Buddha, but he also appeared in this world to demonstrate the path to awakening. And so in the Dzogchen tradition, so you have the nine vehicles, and all 9 are subsumed within, the view of Dzogchen, or in the vehicle of Ati Dzogchen. But it actually, all 9 aren't absolutely necessary in order to realize the view of Ati Dzogchen. Dindarabe. So we can take a tea break here.
So come back 4 o'clock.
너는 따서 끝났다고 그랬는데, 리.
Digdue, computer
Great. Of course, nice weather make us happy, and profound Dharma make us more meaningful. So we should be happy. And I'm sure wonderful questions are coming, and some questions are very profound, so we try, but doesn't necessarily need to follow what I say or what a person say, but at least we can discuss that. How, do you have any questions? Okay.
You find it? To look through.
It's coming?
Yes, coming soon.
Oh, okay. That's why it's called, we never reach there, because it's so unlimited,
unfathomable.
unfathomable.
While trying to get to Buddha, never get there. Let's see. Almost there.
That's
we are.
interesting.
Is it the one about Gongpa?
No, on page 27, what term in Tibetan is translated as enlightened intent?
Oh.
This phrase comes up over and over in the text. Can you talk about that phrase, enlightened intent?
Gongpa Yenjireda?
Intent has some volition to it and an active motivation quality to it.
So just to make sure, I'm pretty sure the word is Gongpa, but just to make sure, he said on page 27?
Yeah, Gongpa. Yes.
Page 20,
97. in the
97.
book.
97. Oh, jump into there? Okay. Yes, which term, of course, usually people look at dictionaries and then, without thinking, just fill out those things.
But actually, I have never, Gongpa is a particularly difficult word. I don't think I've ever heard any option different from enlightened intent.
Don't say never. Never say never. I have
You have.
that, and I saw many people using
Gongpa,
that.
yeah.
Mhm.
So please do share.
And first of all, the English problem is much bigger than Tibetan problem. And once we come to the separation of mind and Rigpa, then, which means Buddha has no mind. And of course, in English, we need to say Buddha mind. And secondly, that's the term, English intention or intent, to intent, is some motivation or plan that involve some thinking process. And Buddha doesn't have a plan or thinking process, which often used as Buddha. It's almost like a tree, have no tension at all, because tensionality is
Has no intention. Did you say like a tree?
like a tree. Yeah. If you go around, a tree has a lot of fruit, but that tree,
It bears fruit without intention.
it's that if a hungry person go there, or a full person, or person who don't want to eat fruit, doesn't really matter. That the tree doesn't think, or this person wants tree, so I need to give the fruit, and so forth. So similarly, intention is another problem in the term in English. The Gongpa is especially when we say Songjiji Gongpa,
The Buddha's intent, or Gongpa.
is realization.
It should be realization, not
Yeah.
intent.
Yeah. And that often used, but usually sometimes Gongpa does mean the honorific term, yeah. And
Of even thought, right?
Yeah.
Like thinking.
yeah. Lama la chik kar gongendo. Yeah. What are you thinking?
Yeah. Like
And,
you would say, what are your thoughts?
and Songjiji Gongpa means Songjiji Tokpa, Songjiji Sen. Is not involved with intentionality. So that's a problem. And if you can substitute that word by realization, it's fine. If sometimes, not always, but Gongpa, most of the time we can substitute by
The
realization.
same realization.
Yeah.
Tokpa, yopa la jimsen la tenete sakale kabore ma to gain sene tokpa gadina realization gear girwa.
Gongpa means just similar kogro, Lami Gongpa said. Lami Gongpa is not only Lama's tension, but it's
Intention,
it's
but
the whole
mind.
mind, yeah. Gongpa namda ka tang tumba tang kawaii re, chiyo mare. So that's good, and of course, more questions are coming, but a little bit difficult to find because buried in other messages, I guess. Yeah. Do you have one more? No. Okay, that's good. And particularly this page is really interesting. There's some rhythms that in the Tibetan we have this sort of repetition, but then of course there is a positive statement and then sort of negative statements in here. Should we read together?
So on which page?
It's 72, I guess.
So we'll read the text together.
If our technology is manageable, then maybe we can see the text. If not, then just read ourselves. Seems a little bit confusion in there. Look like the fanatic is not showing. So practice is nothing but patience, yeah. So if you, this is good for us. Okay.
sẽ không đọc thôi mình.
146, the last line.
At the end of the last line.
Yondon to me berikbala jaji chong long me je mikti sho shayin ro me berikbala tu don yan boy me jin zhen zor sho chi de me ba yu nan ching wei ju kang la tin zi ma cha chang la tong Chu ye ne chorong ma chorong ne lo rong yin ta rong ma ta rong sem ni zhe dang cha rong ma cha rong nyung me xi lai chorong ma chorong kun de rong yin ni rong me ni rong sam jo gu len de rong man de rong Cao trùm trơ wa xi rong ma xi rong tô bi da wa tô rong ma tô rong chun yi dong la gong rong ma gong rong long do re me be ji rong ma chi rong ni long zhe wo zhou rong ma zhou rong sa dang lam nam zhu rong ma zhou rong Zhe ba gun tang cha rong ma zhe rong ji zo ju ni zo rong ma zo rong tar bin zhi wo to rong ma to rong do zhong kor wa yin cham rong man cham rong rong yin lun ji cho rong ma cho rong da xi yin zi jing rong ma xin rong cho ni gong ba le rong ma le rong kong mi ji su nyo rong ma nyo rong nam san zhe do na ji xia yang Charwa lu ba xi mi sang ga na de mi sang sen pen yun char man chor re do ni me nyom be ngong so re jian da gong re me qin zin do lo xie xian dun chi min de xi zo zhuo me kong xiong xiong la kong nong nong de qiu kong xia xia la kong yang yin de qiu kong yang yin la kong yang men de qiu gui ju mi mi ri ba to ga ren ang Chu dong chu mi zi yin ga me bi de me sang ga zhum ti se lin de sa cha niao ren do ni ya cham da rai we rang yin jia ni nian bi ngang ni de chu bi sa me dong yin zhe yong me gun bin chu me ta ma rang ge ngang Ma ju jar boy ni me cham ji bi char wa lu ba lun ro ji khu ni ma ye ye zin ro ro tar we de ta we shi me gun be ngong me la ju bi chu me zhe bin zhi wo me tam chi ri me nyam bar cham dar we Xia zor ma go yang do me ba de mo ba me be zhou lu qiu zi de bang ya me be ning wong jing yan de kang yin gun yin yin min ga me be kang na kang xia ran dem ga me ba ra cho ma ro ye zhou rong zhou qiu me be Chamje de me lande chulende long jen yong be long jen ram jang long sa long jang be long jen ye me de long je ne na so rong do chu ni se sa ra chi men jo len ron de ma le be ze da hi ji sun ju bin ro nam jiang de xin yin jiang long qian jie de zhe gen song sa la den si sen ba yin qiu yin ren bo jin zu le qiu tam ji xiong chup sem ji long de la da wer den be live the Gopal. Somehow I cannot stop, so we can read in English now to see.
Okay, so back to 71. I'll wait till we have it on the screen. Right? Is it no, not 71. Sorry. What page?
73.
73. The
Second paragraph.
second paragraph. Awareness with no breadth or depth is not subject to restrictions or extremes, so give up any frame of reference. Awareness involving no plans or actions, no coming or going, entails no time frame or antidote. So drop reification and effort. If there is a deliberate frame of reference, it is a cause of bondage. Do not rely on any fixed construct whatsoever. Let go in evenness. It is of no concern whether or not all phenomena are timelessly free. It is of no concern whether or not the way of abiding is pure by nature. It is of no concern whether or not mind itself is free of elaboration. It is of no concern whether or not anything has ever existed within the fundamentally unconditioned genuine state. It is of no concern whether or not samsara and nirvana are by nature a duality. It is of no concern whether or not all thoughts and expressions are transcended. It is of no concern whether or not confused attempts at proof and refutation are demolished. It is of no concern whether or not the view is to be realized has been realized. It is of no concern whether or not you meditate on the ultimate meaning of the true nature of phenomena. It is of no concern whether or not you engage in examination. Since there is nothing to accept or reject, it is of no concern whether or not the way of abiding has ever existed as the fruition. It is of no concern whether or not you have traversed the paths and levels of realization. It is of no concern whether or not you are free of all obscurations. It is of no concern whether or not the development and completion stages perfect your true nature. It is of no concern whether or not the fruition of liberation is attained. It is of no concern whether or not you wander in the 6 states of samsara. It is of no concern whether or not the nature of being is spontaneous presence. It is of no concern whether or not you are bound by dualistic perceptions of affirmation and denial. It is of no concern whether or not you have arrived at the enlightened intent of the true nature of phenomena. It is of no concern whether or not you follow in the footsteps of masters of the past. No matter what arises, even if heaven and earth change places, there is a bare state of relaxed openness, without any underlying basis, without any reference point, nebulous, ephemeral, and evanescent. This is a mode of a lunatic, free of the duality of hope and fear, with unbiased view and meditation. Ordinary consciousness that is caught up in reification collapses. Without the entanglements of wishful thinking, there is no thing to strive for or achieve. Let whatever happens, happen, and whatever manifests, manifest. Let whatever occurs, occur, and whatever is, be. Let whatever is anything at all be nothing at all. With your conduct unpredictable, you make the final leap into awareness. Without the slightest basis for determining what is spiritual or not, and so this bare state with no reference point is beyond the cage of philosophy. Whether eating, moving around, lying down, or sitting, day and night you rest in infinite evenness, so that you experience the true nature of phenomena as their equalness. There are no gods to worship, no demons to exercise, nothing to cultivate in meditation. This is the completely ordinary state. With this single taste of emptiness, of evenness, the uncontrived ruler that has no pride, there is oneness, a relaxed and unstructured openness. How delightful! Things are timelessly ensured without having to be done, and being free of effort and achievement, you are content. Given that there is no basis for the view or specific context for meditation, there is no factor of conduct or fruition to accomplish. Since everything is infinitely uniform and undifferentiated equalness, there is no need for concerted effort. In the absence of any fixed dimension, you are content. There is no speculation. Ordinary ideas of achievement come to an end. Since there is nothing to abandon, antidotes, constricting fixations are transcended. There is not the slightest sense of there being anything or everything or even something that is or is not. And so whatever manifests, whatever arises, is inevitably free. Phenomena are ineffable. They do not exist as timelessly free, naturally free, or not free. And so the single state of evenness with no reference point is beyond being any phenomenon that could be decisively experienced. Within the spacious expanse, the spacious expanse, the spacious vast expanse, I, Longchen Rabjam, for whom the lucid expanse of being is infinite, experience everything as embraced within a blissful expanse, a single non-dual expanse. I, Natso Rangdol, have reached the point of natural freedom where phenomena resolve. Unchanging, spontaneous presence is the pinnacle of my excellent counsel. Moreover, you who follow my example bring everything together thus within the timeless range of a single vast expanse. In this way, you will gain the ongoing state of authentic being on the level of Samantabhadra. This is the 9th section of the precious treasury of the basic space of phenomena, demonstrating the decisive experience that one comes to concerning all phenomena within the expanse of awakened mind.
Nice. So these texts you see, we can chant as a daily practice, and also, of course, it's sort of pit instruction that you can think about meanings through reading and studying. We say is understanding the words, sentences, and so forth, and then the pondering on the meaning is also involved after the words, and then meditating on it. So far what we did is went through chapter 8, and all these chapters are Hyugi Korla. 차고요래.
They're all about the ground. Up to the 8th chapter.
Tene 갑갑스타 나로 롱 섬선을 섬수색 서로 안다고 질러봐. 디 인지노 간들려고는 메셔서 보이게 돌을 얻을 텐데 찌르도 양차 라온다고 시작부터 갑갑 로를 녜대원다고 테는도
Like the refrain, you mean?
penna de dunjutoni nangla taina inchi tola and the sentence to it is of no concerns got the sentence somalte tiarchindo ina poi tolte yo marwa
Yumareme. Yeah.
mendo there no it's there's no concern 초크예네 초로 마트로 내로롱 이 다로 마트로 심리도도 다로 마트로 용미실라 초로
So
마트로
rong yosarawa rong marebe merong.
wrong I don't think wrong is concern.
Right, but that's what I think he translated as concern.
What does concern mean in English? What?
Ke yomare dundarawa. It is of no concern. Ke yomare the penachu kun yene rowa yena mena ke yomare dunda yomare nune dundambe ngone.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, that seems to work. That's I'm 네 세야란데 디갑스직 사슈다고 제 배치현다다. this 만다는데 책 나온다고 배 양조 비추당네 단다 the negations mad and me 뭐지 비추당네 근데 까까 로랑에 대원다 같은데 누가
So, Kimbola was saying, you know, in this section where there's like almost like a refrain, meaning that we see the same terms appearing, you know, again and again, like it is of no concern whether or not. That, and then also with the negations, sort of the sometimes double negations, these sort of structures can have benefit in terms of both recitation and then kind of reflecting on the meaning.
전에 저런서 인지된 로셈 차려나
And dine lo zemia la yang le la de pinto ire sungime.
들레라고 영어도인데
So it also really helps with memorization.
예 추근예를 통으로 말하는 내로롱 이타로 마타롱 그리 심리도도 다롱 바라로 용미실을 통으로 말하는 근데롱 이니로 면여서 삼주기는 대롱 또베다와 또로 마타롱 so it's very easy to there's some sort of rhythm that
So in the Tibetan, there's a rhythm that lends itself to the memorization. Whether or not that's there in the English, he's not sure. No, it's not there in the English.
No?
Oh, no, I thought you were saying it's not.
No, I didn't say.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say in the Tibetan, didn't say concern. That part. The English, what they add, it is of not concern.
It is of no concern. So
That
what's
is a
very
sort of extra,
concise in the Tibetan is a little bit more cumbersome in the English.
More wordy, that's of course. As soon as you clarify something, then it's need to extra words to put there. However, lunatic is is a little bit sort of negative connotation, I guess. Yeah,
What is negative connotation?
lunatic.
Oh, lunatic. Yeah, that's pretty strong.
I think in Tibetan, Nyomba is carefree kind of, doesn't really, not necessarily a lunatic. It's more. It is. What would crazy people do? Is they are careless or they?
Well, it depends what crazy, yeah, you have like my residents who have dementia and Alzheimer's, they can get a little lunatic-y.
They're unfettered.
Not in a bad way. Or there's like lunatic.
But this crazy is positive crazy. It's now you have become careless. So most, I guess, tantric practitioners should be.
It's one of the types of conduct for tantric practitioners, Nyongpa.
Yeah.
But I think that what Kimbola is saying is that this term in Tibetan, which can mean crazy but can also mean carefree, is actually, so it's not a necessarily negative word. What's difficult is that in English, if we use words like crazy or lunatic, they usually have a negative connotation.
So these should take positive connotation.
It should have a positive connotation.
Yeah. And what we have in a Tibetan, meli tena jankam nyombandas chichita. Matana yomarta.
Dina yomarebe kare.
Mela reba yoro. Mela rebi ki parte bayana jankam somanyo devi sona yoresa. Mishinda su nyombe sona. Hinda de su tabayana mela reba nyo devi sona yoresa.
So it is said that, when people see Milarepa, when people saw Milarepa from the outside, to ordinary people he appeared as crazy, and to Milarepa, ordinary people appear crazy.
Then pulanga so yons chakwala Milarepa ge namtha trichina zangyong serva. Zangyong sena u zang yu benong zang sa sa tene yongwe ke nyombe ke chivare sa gore. Zang nyong hiruka sa tik chirwa. Tikin u nyong sa yore. Ne dan da zokchen ge yube ge nong la jetsun singa wangcho sa korong rang
Jetsun Singye
wangcho korong kadu ina ngor lendu nyomba sing wang sa nyomba singa wangcho sa.
Gorlindu Nyongpa.
Korong gingor lenwa. Korong gingor genala nyomba singdo korong ge kalafonte ni tira tebla teji nyomba singwang chivares nyomba sa te tajik to negative la koko samare tanda jetsun singwang chu gingor tawal lokda Emma nyomba sing ale ji long se yi xie ji ma re gong ni bo le cho rong re wo sa ra ji bo se xiu Emma nyomba sing so kong re kite
So the relation to Emma Nyongpa
sing
Sing Wanga.
Emma nyomba sing ta ji chan to train
Okay. So I didn't catch it fast enough. So then in Tibet also there is this word crazy, but I mean, Nyongba into many names or titles. So, like for instance, Sangnyong Heruka, who compiled the songs of Milarepa and his life story. His name comes from, because he was from Utsang, or Central Tibet, so which is the Tsang part of his name. And then Yong, meaning like the crazy guy from Utsang, right?
Yeah.
Heruka,
Not Wuzang, Zhang.
or from Tsang.
Yeah.
And then also there was another great Dzogchen master by the name of Jetsun Singye Wangchu, and he actually had a lot of spontaneous songs. So he composed a lot of these Vajra songs, and he always signed them the Nyongba Singwang, the like crazy Singwang, and then Kimbola just did this beautiful song, where he recited for a few lines of one of his songs that starts out by saying, Emma, like Emma Ho, I, the crazy Singwang, essentially it was something along the lines of, have realized the intrinsic awareness that is the nature of clear light.
I think I remember now. Leji long se yishi jis.
Le Gi Long Se
Yishi ji.
Yishi Gi
Marik gongi bob litro.
Mare
Marik gonga yoro. Marik
Gonga.
gonga. Bub senga heat senga. Bub.
Like crack the shell.
Yeah. Gongi bob litro. Rangrik usarji bobs hyuk enter into the Rangrik usarji bobs hyuk.
So these lines were something along the lines of Emma Ho, the crazy I, the crazy Singwang, having awakened from the winds of karma, have pierced through the shell of ignorance with primordial awareness, and I've been liberated from the shell of the egg of ignorance through primordial awareness. I have become liberated from the shell of the egg of ignorance, and have penetrated or entered into the shell of my own clear light intrinsic awareness.
Tene ta teso yore tene tendejen tene ta hyuga jek tendera teme sanka trumte sebden des tanda dunch tundungi nangla cage of philosophy singdo tanda
Cage of philosophy.
den tong de dana de hande dana de dunch tundula lit tangilabde atre da ngatso philosophy se tene rikpa da long da tendugi japchur yube je lamla den drop tobeajela philosophy segorwa tropintas se da karisan tate karigi drops rikpa da longi tropajela ko daina dikapso gap canon system to contromtala philosophy ta tromta se pokela arwa kandar yang ta dikardengor sena long don rikpigi japchur yung henji nang chu devayena tene cage ta chando tanda sep ta chade gore song tene tengore sa ta tanda trendo
So here, what is being referred to, so this bare state with no reference point is beyond the cage of philosophy. So the cage of philosophy is going back to what was being spoken to before with regard to, analysis or understanding that occurs based on logic or reasoning and scripture. But when one takes a refuge in reasoning and scripture and then becomes imprisoned by that, so, through, for instance, the adherence to philosophical schools or tenet systems, and beliefs or ideas that are really based on conceptuality through reasoning and scripture, that then they are like a cage because they are imprisoning. And so therefore, to really, one has to become free from that cage of, philosophical viewpoints.
Tā tīki hālam levu kupate, tā tindri nāch rēj nē chivāya nā, zhōng rō chi te mātō tēne cik rērish, shugāya miksi, yu samarēs.
And so we read through the whole of chapter 9, and so we can also, we can address more questions here, or if anybody has more questions. So much of what was read, he said, is pretty self-explanatory.
No? Okay, good. That's...
We don't have anything in the chat? No?
No.
What's that?
Tēne tā gōm sē, tē levu yār tēne, tā gōm jābu yin sē ne, top sōng sōng mā ndō sē ngē pāi pē jōr tē chū kōg dōi. Ngā tsō tēne chī jā lō yōr wā. Gōm jābu yin sē ne, top sōng sōng mā ndō sē. Ngā pāi kīret.
Yeah. So this is like a dialect from their village.
Not dialect.
Or a saying.
A saying.
From their dialect.
Tā yāk tā tā sō tāngbō tēs sō kōm yō marwa. Wild center in Jiluxo. That is also a song Nijik. Sounds of Serang as a Payolina and Tajik Ma Tame center in
Tame, domesticate.
That joke and pa Nijik, he had the Sung top your Marisana, song did not talk Maris. That needed song there were. Song Nijik. The Jandar Jit Gogorova. The Jandar Jin Lulu Chig Senayon, Lulu Chiromajitene, Joke Park and the Chigris. That day in the Nazo Arinala Tene, Chuchine in Are, Michinke in Are, Tomaga, Gomjavi in Senator, Toma, top Sung Yomaristak, and they're not tell she would Tono Yores. Ngam diores. Tonda chembo mari. Yena ari mi yorwa. Matsu gom javi sene. Mechi maji gom majab senayo. Ma javi rogi sene. No res. Tin da gom se te kechembo res.
I'm not sure I totally got this, but so there's this saying that it sounds like it's based, in terms of, like when you're trying to tame wild animals, like a wild yak or a wild horse, that there's kind of this skillful way of taming them, that if you try to first grab hold of them, then that's not going to work because they're going to get more wild,
Yeah.
right? But then if you also are too relaxed, if you don't, then no. Okay.
It's the way of saying that they are so excited or so agitated that nobody can stop.
Nobody can stop them.
Yeah. So they jumping, screaming, kicking, and so they wanted to run away, or to be free. So similarly, in our wonderful place in America, everyone wants, I want to do meditation. So if someone, or parents, or friends, or anyone says, you slow down, and or you don't need to do that, come back. It says, no, I wanted to do my meditation. So that kind of the way of saying it, Tibetan.
No one can stop us
it's,
crazy Westerners from meditating.
Yeah, I wanted to meditate there.
So then we don't get a live demonstration of the yak, right?
No, much tamer than that. Yeah. It could be sheep or something. But tenda chenpo yo marta tegasa ka ngaso payu ke kecha tso labaina tene tonda chenpo do mato choma kon kubda chu ko yo mares ta dona ta gomjabu yin chomi gomjabu yin segures.
So so mainly, he said this was just, we don't have to like really understand exactly. It's kind of based on like a saying that comes from their hometown. But in brief, that there is this great enthusiasm for meditation.
Yeah,
that,
exactly. Yeah.
Which is,
No one can stop. Yeah. And that is the very important part. So now
we should have that kind of enthusiasm. Yes? Is that what the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
naturally, somehow in the West, more enthusiastic to meditation. In the Tibet, it's a little bit different. But that I'm saying, we have this motivation and interest and enthusiastic that is good. So now, chapter 10 is the meditation, and I'm saying now really we get what we want to the topic.
Getting down to the point.
And now we know. So I think today that gom jabya the kariyam but koya the pe kechemores. Then lama te suzong do te kechembo indu te ta mato leuko part ta gom job sen ta gom jam na dri job se ya ke chanda ata lem do. And te tunda there is.
So the meditation is very important, and with the 9th chapter, this is where the kind of the emphasis is in, one must meditate.
Ta gom saya di ka gom saya de jirim gomba mare zogrim gomba mare tene dona mene lodo namba hene songde yagi zogrim ka parta gomya yorwa tene tanda chambanya wala shakwa shi la somane tene tongbani gomba da tene yore ta te tanda tika sun de lav yo mares
And so here, meditation is not referring to meditation that as it is in the kind of progressive stages of the path that lead up to this type of meditation. So it's not a meditation of the generation stage or a meditation of the completion stage or anywhere in between, say, the meditation on the four thoughts that turn the mind all the way to the completion stage meditations, or anywhere from the four foundations of mindfulness to the meditation on emptiness. This is something beyond that or other than any of these other forms of meditation.
Tene da zokchen rangi chukil chiwayna da gomjab sedu tene so tawa gada dang sunro opsen tawa xiyong gada da sunro opsen de gumba xiyong kapsu chukchu dong tugar sen da gumni chibart tene chegdo.
So in Dzogchen, so what the meditation is based on one's understanding of oneself as Dharmakaya. So with the view, we have original purity and spontaneous presence. And with the meditation, we have the categories of Trekchut and Togal.
Tene da chukchu tugar niende gada lamdo hebala chukchu tugar lamdo hebala mare sunrop lamdo hebala tugar sen tene gada chukchu ni nyamlente lamdo heba goro gada lamdo heba gada beison gada la dani chukchu ki nyamlente da tene sunrop tugar la dani sunrop 우살 순럽을 때는 투가르 냠렌테 투가르 말에 순럽 람드시 말 투가르스 되네 되니 까다들 순럽니 가가 땡겨레 티누 독생기 결통록수 텐데 나이나 충영존 디갑송오스 투가르기 냠렌테 땡겨서 말에
So, so these are also important terms in Dzogchen. So the original purity is kada, and understanding kada as the path, or as it is applied through the path, is with the practice of Trekchut. So Trekchut is mainly in relation to the original purity aspect of the view. And the spontaneous presence aspect, which is Lundrup, is mainly applied, or the path that being applied or brought onto the path is through the practice of Togal. So Togal is mainly in connection with the spontaneous presence of the clear light, and the Trekchut is mainly in relation to the original purity. And so this is generally how it is in the practice or the tradition of Dzogchen. Here in the Chuyingzo, it doesn't get into Togal really. It's pretty much just dealing with Trekchut.
This the kitchen boy in your chicken. Come jam can number the Trekchut the Jogya number hill, then Trekchut Gongoyore song, Jogya number his. Jogya.
Number G. Latini Trekchut.
Gongoyores. And now a number hill, no, drama number hill, and Togar Gongoyores.
Chogyal is the postures, the 4 postures? Or?
Chokya, and I think for settlements or for just Chokya Shakpa means.
Oh, 4 ways of resting.
Yeah.
So this is also an important point to understand that when with the meditation, so the 4 ways of resting are what is applied in the meditation of Trekchut, and then the 4 visions relate to the practice of Togal. Maybe there's a better, more standardly used term for.
Tangbo te rivo Chokya tawe tse song, rivo Chokya se na. Rivo Chokya se, rivo se na nga so, riyo rwa. Rivo Chokya se ta pe rwa, ri te pe shak rwa. Rivo Chokya tawe tse se, tawa se ya te kanda ji kogyo se na. Rivo tawe ji kogyo se. Rivo te korong, tene long tang, ta chi ramanda. Charwa tang, xianda gujo tong tagu marwa. Tawa te tembo chi kogre, se vichang re nawa. Rivo Chokya, tawe tse, sta tse sen, kashi ge milestones jurgundu, kashi ge full measures jurgundu, kandi jurgundu, churung tse. Tawe tse sana kare.
The pinnacle or the peak of the view?
Milestone or, yeah.
Oh, milestone of the view?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, whatever you do.
Okay.
Tse, tawe tse.
But the riwo gi tse lap kara wa
Mare,
tse chikpa.
riwon rawo, tawa riwon rawo cha songwa ina,
Lasso.
tene tawe ki tse te lebares.
Okay. So first way of resting is resting like a mountain, and so this is like the milestone or kind of the sign of the view, having arrived at the view, because like a mountain is completely stable. It's unwavering, unmoving. Whatever is happening around it, no matter how hard the wind blows or how much rain falls, the mountain still remains, firm or is completely stable and unwavering. And so this is referring to the stability of the view, like that milestone of the stability of the view.
Gyamso chogya gombe tse song, gyamso chogya te gombe ki tse res. Kare se na, gyamso ke nongla tene, chi chu thongma yo na, karma tanga ta, ramanda, sungyen shar de garwa. Ina sungyen shar de na ya gyamso korongla, penu zane mebare. Te yindu, gom se jabdu, nongwa ki. Ta penu zane meba. Nona, chi jian ki zane, semt manchukpa. Deme cha de batala. Tene, jamso chogya kumbe tses.
So the tingla the chula yuna yang.
Jamso sero.
Re yene yang te dampo de pagain sene zugnin sharwa de
Uh-huh.
kosong.
Re.
Yene namba nipa de yapokoma song chi chin simma trupa de jamso bala trawo rebe or gare.
Mare, balap sanan chuk de varo. Jamso kala balap yuna yo tengla, deme de yo se varo. Pe hidechi de yo se varo.
Tingla yowa.
Nam toki truk tok maris jamso ki dengu mat. Tizin rong sem te, ki ramanda shar denanda, tene des balap do des yuna service tende yuna yung. Dengla truk mato bandona, deng sabu kogres, meditation te.
So then the second one is that the meditation, when meditation, or the way of resting that is the milestone of meditation is that which is like an ocean. So, for instance, there are two examples here. One being that when an ocean is completely calm or completely still, then the reflection of the moon and stars are very clear, and so the reflections appear clearly, but just as reflections on the surface of the water. And likewise, the other example is that when there are waves on the surface from the depths of the ocean, in the depths there isn't any movement. So the meditation is such that no matter whatever thoughts that arise, they don't disturb the meditation in any way. It doesn't. The mind is not disturbed by the movement of thoughts. Just like on the surface of the ocean there may be waves, but from the depths there is this great stability or stillness. So whatever appears in the mind does not, it doesn't create any disturbance, or it doesn't harm it in any way.
Tene nangwa gyogya gyubi tsi sada nangwa sidi tsor nangdi wa tarwa te tigaas pa xia xia wa gyuba sayanda panglang me ba sayanda tan de ya wo rendo tsor jidrup go saranda ngenba rendo par thor go sari zambi tenre me ba nangwa la ta ko kanga nangwa te dar par nangmi xia xia wa tala tene nangwa gyogya gyubi tsi so.
Chubetse. So nangwa.
Nangwa sana desorwa.
Nangwa choksha.
Gyubi tsi.
So then the way of resting, which is like that of appearances, or that is termed appearances, is actually the milestone of conduct, meaning that there isn't, like whatever it is that appears, there is no need to accept and reject. So the conduct is completely free, without acceptance or without accepting or rejecting or taking up and abandoning.
Rikpa gyogyan rivu tse zonda, rikpa te dzogchen kapsu rikpa se ju, tene yishidil se gora te, tene gyogar xa se ju, tele gujo ma tong te
Rikpa chosha
rivu tse.
rebutse.
Ta tiki ta gom gyo nre se ne, tiki gyogyan namba xe tele tene, tene chikyo te gom goyo re son.
So I really actually am wondering, I'm not feeling confident about this term chogja. I don't know it in Tibetan, so I'm wondering if anybody can find these four, and we can find like the actual term that's usually used. But the fourth one is that which shows the milestone of the fruition being intrinsic awareness, or rikpa. So these four correspond then with
Rikpa gyogya rivu tse, rivu tse rita, rivu. Ta gom gyo nre
Thank
se
you. Yeah, the four chogjaks. That's right. The four ways of leaving things as they are. So I said resting, but it's just leaving things as they are. So view like a mountain, meditation like an ocean, action like appearances, leaving them as they are, and fruition, unaltered, or rikpa, which is intrinsic awareness, leaving it as it is.
Yeah.
And so this is in terms of, view, meditation, conduct, and fruition.
Yes, this is today's, I think, session. We are time up, so we stop here, and then, of course, there's always tomorrow, and whether we will be here or not, still tomorrow, so maybe, hopefully there tomorrow. Yeah. And do we need to do dedication? And then tomorrow's schedule is want to say something, clarify? I know, yeah. Okay.
Do we do dedication first?
Yeah, dedication first.
So page 24 in the prayer book, by the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings and samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Trikungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Oh, thank you, Kenrambuchi.
So thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you to Ken Rinpoche for the teachings and also to Drupal Rinpoche. So we early in the retreat had the idea of planning a long life ceremony for Ken Rinpoche. And we thank everybody who's spoken out and wanted to be a part of that. And the outreach online has been really, really helpful. So after some contemplation, we decided that it might be best to postpone it for maybe a little while, a couple weeks or so, perhaps longer, because for planning reasons, people who might want to come be a part of the ceremony, and also for a little bit of planning purposes, it just makes more sense. And additionally, we're getting so close to finishing the Choyung Zud that we think it may be best to just go through with the Choyung Zud and then plan the long life ceremony for another date. So I wanted to thank everybody for your patience through the process. I know it's kind of going back and forth, but we thank you for your patience with that, and we'll be putting out an email as soon as possible to let you know when that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so we'll reconvene tomorrow at 10, and then 10 to 12, and then 2 to 5. So thank you very much.